Beasley Media Group Station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, I still have pain from the Phillies, but at least the Eagles can make me feel better, hopefully, on Sunday. It's a football Friday, so we're going to talk about the Birds who reset the season in a couple of days. And, of course, the Phillies will still be on the table. What do you do with the manager? Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Every player, every coach, Howie Roseman, in terms of a roster before the season started, everything about the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday was bad.
Watching Jalen Hurts play. Can it be corrected? Sure. Right now, this team has a quarterback problem.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Friday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, that was probably the perfect open for today's show. The Eagles have a quarterback problem. Can it be corrected? There's a lot of things that need to be corrected. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Nice chilly morning out there if you haven't gone out of your home yet.
It was the first day I said,
today was chilly.
Wow, it's a little cold this morning.
What do you mean nice?
I like it. I personally like it. 43 degrees when I pulled out in Landview.
That was mine as well. Normally you're a little colder, so we were the same temp.
Same thing? 43
this morning.
I love it. So, I mean, because especially when it's going to get up to like 70 in the day.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I'm just not going to like when there's frost on the windows and I have to, heat up the car. I at least have a driveway, Connor.
Must be nice.
I apologize
Congrats
for
on your success.
Your future struggles.
I will say it's football season, though.
Damn right
wait
it
a
is,
minute,
man.
But you have a garage.
Yeah. No, I have garage.
Yes, you
I feel bad for Connor.
For Connor having to scrape.
He's got to walk.
He's got to walk.
Depending on where the park job is the previous night. Yeah, exactly.
Cold out there in Fishtown.
I know. I get it, man. Look, I'm sorry. But it felt beautiful.
And Connor's the only guy in the street without a ponytail.
Yeah.
So he's going to get bullied, which is really a problem.
Connor, you're right. It's football season. That's what the weather tells us. And
it's going to be
back
80 on Sunday.
And
80.
That's a beautiful thing, man. So the Eagles hit a reset button, John, pretty much. And
they did.
It's funny. I asked Adam Schefter the other day on Wednesday whether or not there's any sort of correlation to team success with an early bye or a late bye. And I know I'm more of a middle-in-the-road bye-week guy. I don't need to be drastically late in the season because you could be banged up come week 12, week 13. I also don't normally want it in week 5, which is what the Eagles had. But honestly, dude, it may have been the best thing for them. Not just health-wise. I mean everything. The quarterback was a freaking mess. Can we be real with ourselves? Jalen Hurts was not good through the first 4 weeks of this season. Maybe the bye week came at a perfect time for him. The confusion of whose offense it is, Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore's, maybe the bye week came at the perfect time for them to try to figure out their own issues. The defensive coordinator doesn't know whether to have guys up at the line of scrimmage or off the line of scrimmage. He gives them the opportunity to decide. Maybe he had a bye week at the perfect time. Health, we know Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Lane Johnson. The bye week came at the perfect time for them. But it's not just health, man. I think it's everything about this football team. I think they needed a mental reset. You know how some people in normal lives, we don't necessarily have those, take a sick day, like on a Friday, because they go, you know what? I need a 3-day weekend to reset. This may have been the perfect thing for the Eagles.
I think it's astute on your part because I do think as much as I hated where the bye week came, I always look for the bye week to be around Halloween.
Yeah.
As close to Halloween, front or back, that you can get.
I said middle,
and that's right.
Week
get
8,
right around the middle. That's the best. I would actually prefer November, but it's cool. It really was perfect. And hearing Nick Sirianni and hearing Jalen Hurts talking about where Jalen Hurts finally found the words to articulate that he doesn't hate the guts of his head coach.
Just about, 10 months too late? 9 months too late?
Around 10 months too late. And by the way, in an offseason of content that he provided, we didn't create, he provided it. I really do. I'm extremely optimistic. I mean, we're heading into what is really now, I'm sort of calling it the second half of the season. Because
even though it's only week 6.
Even though there are 13 games to go, I can't tell you, and I feel really weird about it, how confident I feel that the Eagles are about to take off.
And you have been kind of all week. You've mentioned as the shows have gone on, we've just been so Phillies focused.
Sure, exactly.
So you're not just saying this today on a Football Friday to get the people going. You've been floating it out there all week long. We've just been so heavy on the Phillies.
I feel very confident in it because I do believe extra time in the lab for the coordinators. And one year, I got to observe an NFL coaching staff during self-scouting. They let me spend a day at the facility and watch the defensive coaches rip apart the offensive coaches.
Okay.
And the offensive coaches rip apart the defensive coaches in a big, classroom. And that was their thing, is they had homework for 2 days.
Yeah.
Studied the first half of the season, and the defensive coaches came in and said, wow, guys, this is too simplistic on offense.
Right.
This guys, you guys are doing something. This is telegraphed. This play's telegraphed. And then the offensive coaches do it to
Did
the
the
defense.
same to them, yeah.
I was fascinated because there were multiple, and we were signed the non-disclosures. There were multiple FUs from coaches to coaches, and it was fascinating.
And knowing Vic Fangio,
I believe it happened.
Vic Fangio probably threw a couple FUs.
And I'm sure Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore went at each other this week as far as studying each other. When I'm not talking verbally, I'm talking about getting into each other's kitchens.
Yeah.
And saying, dude, this got to stop. This is so easy. Oh, really? Well, what about this when it's their turn?
Right.
I have great confidence that Jalen Hurts is about to be unleashed. The offense is about to have the lid taken off of it, and we are going to see the Eagles team that we expected to see in the beginning of the year.
So, and that's our topic today. So the question is, are the Eagles going to be back to what we expected them to be, or not back to? At because
where
they
we
haven't
expected
been ever to what we've expected to.
First week they were sort of exactly what I expect. The first week performance is exactly what we all expected. I expected a tight win over the Packers. They got a tight win over the Packers.
Offense to score points.
Right.
Defense needed to make one play, and they made one play by Blankenship.
I thought the first game was the script, and that is what I keep going back to. We haven't seen the offense without A.J. We've seen the offense 3 games without A.J. Brown, which screws you over.
Right.
Because he's the most pivotal piece to movement. He's the most pivotal piece to where the defense is going to give him the most attention. I got to tell you, I am extremely optimistic that our Eagles talking points are about to change drastically. I don't know how many in the fan base are going to be with me.
Well, look, I'm not necessarily.
No, I don't think
with
you're
you.
against it. I don't think but you're not against it.
No, look, for all those people that do the whole, well, the first 4 weeks is just the continuation of the preseason. I hate that excuse. I don't live by that excuse. But if that is legit, well, then there's no more excuses because you're past those first 4 weeks and you had a bye to reset.
Absolutely.
Right? You had a bye to get more information. Well, you just said the self-scouting. Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore have been able to be in the lab for the last 2 weeks or a week and a half. I'm sure they took a couple of days to themselves. But they now have the benefit of those first 4 weeks, which are the continuation of the preseason, which people say. Then they had the bye week to figure out what the hell they're doing right and what they're doing wrong, mainly wrong. And now they're going to come out in week 6 against a bad football team in Cleveland. So this can almost be like the Alabama versus the School of the Blind that we see week 1 every single year in college football. It's their chance
Alabama could lose to the School of the Blind, who we saw last week.
It is their chance to kind of play a lesser opponent to really solidify the things that they do well. Now, I will say this, and I have been saying it. I'm not going to say that they're back or they're playing like the team I expect them to be until I see it. And I haven't really seen it. Week 1, you're right, but I saw turnovers from Jalen Hurts, which continued from last season, and they have since continued this year. I've seen the offense not be great. I've seen the defense not be great. They're fortunate to be 2-2, in my opinion.
What if I said to you this? I'm asking you all today, and I'm asking you, I'm asking Connor, and I'm asking the listeners. I want you to give it the next 4 games to be your mental reset. Browns, Giants, Bengals, Jags. If this team isn't 3-1, I will be absolutely floored. If they're 4-0, I'm going to tell you they are distinctly back, despite the competition maybe not being that great. I think the mental reset for the entire fan base, coming off the mental cleansing that we need after last year's just debacle,
Right.
is going to come in the next 4 weeks. And if they fail that test, at that point, have at them.
Right.
Have at them. Rip them to shreds if you have to. I think they are going to be literally piling you back onto the bandwagon the next 4 weeks.
And that would
I
be
mean,
great to
confidently.
see.
Yeah.
And confidently means statement wins.
Statement wins. Like, I'm talking about a couple really statement wins. Some of the younger players showing that they're coming of age. But I truly believe that Jalen Hurts and this offense is about to take the lid off.
Yeah.
I'll give you a number. Okay? This is the number, and
right.
I'll commit to it. 125. By the end of the Jaguars game, the Eagles will have scored 125 points minimum. Minimum. So that means 31 plus a game. 31 and a quarter would be the over-under averaging a game. The Eagles are about to explode offensively.
I will take the under.
I'll hammer the under.
Okay? I will take up the challenge. 31 and a half per, it'll be 125 or above. They will hit it, and then they will have everybody back feeling good about their chances.
That would be nice, but I will take the under on that one.
And what is it that makes you, is it trepidation about you just believe their problems are going to continue, or is
I
it?
just haven't seen it yet. I need to see them put together an opening drive.
Okay.
Period. I mean, I've given you the number. 7 total yards on opening drives this year. 7.
I get you.
I need to see them score a field goal in the first quarter.
I will take
They don't score points in the first quarter.
Okay, 7.5. Whatever the Eagles over-under is in the first quarter points on Sunday, I would take it right now. I haven't gone to my Bet Parks app yet. Whatever the over-under is, I'll take it.
For the first quarter.
If they tell me it's 7, is it 6.5? Whatever it is, I'll take it.
All I have right now, first quarter
Eagles.
spread, I have the Eagles minus 2.5.
I would lay the points. I'm telling you, I'm so confident that I have the opportunity here to have total egg on my face. I believe in Jalen. I believe in the offensive talent. And I think this team is about to go on a roll. Points scored wise, on a roll.
Okay, Connor. And, of course, the audience, 610-632-0975. It's reset time. And there's a lot of things that they're resetting, by the way. The defense, we talked about that report that there might be shakeup defensively. We might see different players on the field. There was a random report about Darius Slay being on the trade block. I don't know how real that is, but there might be a shakeup defensively as we continue post-bye week. Are they back to the team we expected them to be, Connor, or is it more the same, or are you like me where it's probably more the same, and I'm going to say that just because I haven't seen it yet?
Yeah, I'm going to go more towards the side of more of the same. Like, I don't know what this team has shown you through 4 weeks that you can feel as confident as John is that they're just going to flip the switch right now. Like, I need to see it first. I need to see them win a damn game before we get to 125 points in 4 weeks, before we get to they're going to be piling people back on the bandwagon. Like, also, even if they win this week and win comfortably over Cleveland, there are still going to be questions in the fan base as to what this team is long term.
There's always going to be, because there's people amongst us that are very, I don't know, non-committal.
Well,
they maybe the Eagles gave them reason to be non-committal.
Yeah.
I'm not criticizing people. I don't live that way. I make a judgment on what I think. I don't. If I am non-committal, I'll sit there and say, hey, there's a reason. This team, they're about to go off.
That would be really nice. I would like that, and I need it following what we saw with the Phillies this week. So our question when it comes to the Eagles, as they have reached the bye week, or they're coming out of the bye week, and of course, the bye week came at a very good time for a multitude of reasons. Do they reach the team, the level of team that we expected them to be, or is it more of the same? 610-632-0975. Also, Phillies, of course, still on the table because their season ended 2 days ago. It's been 2 days. I'm still in pain. I'm not as emotional. I think yesterday we handled the show very well.
I was proud of us yesterday.
But I was still very emotional yesterday. I think we can have better conversations today because, the whole they got to get rid of Harper stuff is ridiculous that some people
I can't even
threw my way on social media. Like, that's just dumb. It's stupid. And I'm not, you guys are my friends. That's a stupid thing to say, that they should get rid of Bryce Harper. So now that we're probably a little less emotional, let's have a legitimate conversation. And we'll start with Rob Thompson. Now, John, I heard you say a couple of times yesterday that you would not move on from Rob Thompson.
I would absolutely not. I think any talk of moving on from Rob Thompson is ridiculous to me. But then
I don't think
again,
it's ridiculous.
I think it is. But I do.
I would not move on from him, but I don't think it's ridiculous.
I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
I agree.
But what I would say to you is this. I also said, for the same reasoning, that it was ridiculous that 3 years in a row in the postseason for Nick Sirianni, that it was ridiculous to move on from him. And through 4 weeks, I'm going, damn, did I back the wrong horse? So I realize my opinion may end up being the wrong one. But I'm confident that Rob Thompson is who I thought he is. He's not a good strategist. He has no feel for a game. I think he just continually shows that every postseason. He has no feel for pitching. None. But the things that he does right and putting them in a position that if his players just were hot and took that out of his hands, he doesn't have to have a real feel for
John, I wouldn't even say hot. They're average.
How about this?
The team batted below 200 as a team in a series. If they were average, which is in the 200s, it's a different story.
Because what I want to do is I want to get to a postseason where Rob's decision-making on things gets taken out of his hands. And it's not as important because the offense gives him 4 runs and he can go an extra inning with his starting pitcher because they're not trailing. But I think that the man does enough good things, and I can tell you that he's respected enough. I've seen managers that aren't respected.
Right.
I've seen managers, and I don't believe that they look at him as a substitute teacher or anything.
No.
I think that they respect the man, and so to me, I'd go one more ride with Rob Thompson.
And so would I. Look, I think he's a good manager of a baseball club. You need to have sometimes that calming voice over 162 games, and maybe he learns from his mistakes. It is his first time being a manager, even though he's been in baseball forever. It's his first time being a manager. Maybe he realizes, hey, maybe I should kick these guys in a gear a little bit differently next season compared to what we did this year, right? Remember, the mentality changed in the clubhouse when people started saying it's a long season, not we're pissed off that we lost like they were saying earlier in the year. I would not move on from Rob Thompson. I also have a little bit more bias because I like him a lot. Like, I really do like him as a manager. I think he's a good baseball guy, but
you understand where people are coming from.
Yeah, I don't think
but
it's
why. What is it that
I mean, you're literally talking about how he's not a good strategist.
I don't think
come
I think he's terrible.
Come playoff time, you need to be a good strategist. So if people think, hey, he got us to a great spot, but we need to go a step further, and we think we have a guy that can manage us a step further, I don't think that's crazy. Dave Dombrowski and John Middleton should think that through. They should. It would be malpractice if they don't sit down and go, hey, is there a guy that can get us one step forward? No disrespect to Rob Thompson.
I'm glad that you think that way. I do wonder, listening to the station yesterday, though, where y'all been? Where y'all been on this? Rob Thompson doesn't know how to strategize. Because I've watched it the last 2 years.
I still disagree with you at times.
And everybody still gives me dancing on my own.
No,
they're great. Look what they did.
I still disagree with you at times.
He's a bad strategist.
I don't think he made a poor decision in Game 1. I think Jeff Hoffman and Matt Strom sucked.
I wrote a piece for the
I know.
thing. He did not.
The Ranger-Suarez games in previous years, he managed his ass off. Like, I don't think he's as bad of a strategist that you make him out to be.
Sometimes you make calls, and they're really bad, and you can still survive bad strategy. Sometimes you can make crazy calls, and they work just because your bat's save you or something like that. His decision-making in this series was atrocious. It was malpractice in a way. It was his worst that we've seen.
What was atrocious? The Estevez thing I hated.
The Estevez thing was the Estevez thing, though, went over a couple days. Using him in Game 3.
Yeah, I thought that was dumb.
When he literally didn't pay attention. And then using him in Game 4 in a situation you would never put your closer into. It makes no sense. A closer pitches clean innings, and you bring him in, and you stick with, and you let. You let Strom come in earlier in the series after he's already lit the building on fire the day before, and you do it again. You don't let Christopher Sanchez.
He went with his all-star.
You don't let Christopher Sanchez go when he has 88 pitches.
And I had no problem with that decision.
It ended up making a game more complicated. It's that he has no feel for pitching.
Okay.
At all.
All right.
I'm just glad to see people aboard.
So, are the Eagles, post-bye week, going to be the team we expected them to be, or more the same? 610-632-0975. And what should the Phillies do with Rob Thompson? Simple question. Are you keeping him, or are you moving on? We'll discuss that with you all show today. Also coming up next, maybe one of the more important things we need to see from the Eagles on Sunday. It's something I highlighted a couple of times, and you heard me say it already in the opening segment. 7 total yards combined through the first 4 opening drives for the Eagles offense. That needs to change, and Sirianni talked about it. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles are ready to return.
On this Friday morning, here on 97.5, the Fanatic, Kincade Salciunas. We're going to get to this Nick Sirianni audio in a few, and of course, we'll get to your texts and your calls about our two topics today. The Eagles question: the reset begins on Sunday, right? The reset's over. Are the Eagles the team we expected them to be on Sunday, or will it be more the same? That's our Eagles discussion. Phillies question: what do you do with Rob Thompson? Those are our two topics. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. But Johnny.
By the way, turn on the mic, John. We're unanimous we are unanimous as a show that we do not believe that the discussion that Rob Thompson's job should be in jeopardy.
Correct, but I don't think it's ridiculous.
You don't think it's ridiculous?
You said it was ridiculous.
I do.
I don't think so.
But I get you.
I think it's insane.
And I think I'm the person who is most critical of the three of us of Rob Thompson.
Yeah.
But I'm doing the Nick Sirianni thing, so I fully admit that I may end up going later on why not just listen to what I thought?
Look, here's a feeling I have. If he stays, let's say it's the Phillies' decision. If Rob Thompson remains the manager, I imagine that some of the decisions were not his, and they can't fault him for it. When the organization clearly makes some decisions with this team,
they do,
and they might say, "Oh, it's not your fault, Topper, that 7 out of the 9 guys didn't hit the baseball." That's not Rob Thompson's fault.
No, it's not.
If they fire him, it's because he made decisions on his own. You talk about how you don't believe he's a good strategist.
No, I don't.
If he's fired, they agree with you.
I'm not picking him a game of Connect 4.
But if they fire him, they agree with you. If they don't, they may say, yeah, we made some of those calls. Like the Christopher Sanchez decision 2 years ago in the NLCS, or last year, I should say, in the NLCS, it has been reported that was an organizational decision that Christopher Sanchez would only pitch one time through the order, despite how good he looked, not Rob Thompson.
I think after you just extended Christopher Sanchez, he was not scuffling.
No.
He was at 88 pitches. You had said before the game, we are extremely comfortable, 100 to 105.
Yeah,
and you take him out at 88.
I wouldn't get caught up on those words.
I think he blinked. I think he blinked under pressure of playoff baseball. I think he said, No, I got to move. He's going to third time through the lineup. It's going to be Christopher Sanchez was.
Yeah, what happened to Severino in that game? What happened to Severino third time through the order?
Christopher Sanchez at home, third time through the lineup. He did it 4 times, 5 times this year.
Okay,
and he was really good at it. Do you either trust your guys or you don't? And I'm sure Christopher Sanchez handing that ball over at the end of that inning, getting told, "Yeah, you're done." I'm like, must have been like, well. I showed him everything that I could in the regular season that he'd believe in me, and he didn't.
So you're on the 100 to 105 thing. So he was at 88. You sent him out.
88 through 5.
Sent him out for one more inning.
Yeah, no, Pete Alonso. Yeah, send him out.
Okay.
Send him out for a guy that he had dominated. He had dominated Alonso. Alonso wasn't even fouling off pitches on him. Let him get up there, get him a third time with Pete Alonso. And then if you want to move him off after that, that's fine.
Okay.
If you feel good about it, that's just me. But look, hey, what do I know?
Nothing, John.
Exactly.
What did you call yourself on the poll that you put out there?
I did put up a poll question.
Believe it or not, on his own personal account.
I did,
Connor.
because I wanted to say the 125. I got pushback from my boys.
Yes, you did.
So I wanted to say in the next 4 weeks, this is the report card. I believe the Birds are going to put up 125 points minimum. And you can vote. You can say either yes, John Smart, or typical dope Kincade. I think
I voted typical dope Kincade.
Yeah,
I got to go place my vote real quick.
But you guys would vote that daily. So
Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm not
I got to
gonna
use all my
true.
burners.
I'm going to try not to be different. Yeah.
By the way,
Thank you, Kevin Durant.
We've been tracking this all week long. The Eagles line has shifted again, John.
Back to 9.5.
Oh, was it up at 10?
It was at 9.5. Then it was 9.
All right, so it's 9.5. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's back
I hadn't
to
seen
9.
it at 9.5
it dropped
till
to
this
9
morning.
yesterday. Oh no.
Okay.
It was at 9.5 on
Yeah.
It was at 9.5 on Wednesday afternoon. Then it went to 9 again. Now it's back to 9.5.
Yeah, if they don't cover, we got problems.
Now I can totally understand people saying, "Why would you ever pick them to cover?"
Oh, I
What have
wouldn't.
they- what have they
I'm
done?
not touching that
No, there
game.
are people who would say to you,
Yeah.
I am not touching that spread. But I believe the Eagles are going to romp.
I
I'm gonna
would
bet
like to see that.
I'm going to bet the over.
All right, sounds good. All right, well, for them to win football games, period, you can't get shut out in the first quarter. And you can't have a combined total of 7 yards on your opening drive through 4 weeks.
Okay, that's terrible.
They've had 2 drives in the negatives and 2 drives in the very low positives, and that's why they're only at 7 total yards through their first 4 opening drives this year. Here's Nick Sirianni earlier this week talking about their slow starts.
We know we got to start faster. We know we got to score in the first quarter, shoot. And, yeah, everything was on the table as far as style of plays, players, how we call it. We have some really good thoughts coming out of it. Obviously not going to get into specifics. You'll see how that transpires. Again, like I said about the bye week, there's just so much room for growth because of the extra time that you get to really put the work in and grind it out to see what you can do better and what you do well.
So I'm going to hold him to that, John, because
As you should.
the first 4 weeks of the season, the continuation of the preseason, and then they benefited from having a week 5 bye. I've never said in my life benefited from a week 5 bye. They benefited from a week 5 bye.
Because of injuries, or do you think because
Everything.
of strategy?
I think everything. I think this team was a mess, and they may have needed a mental reset, just like every person in life needs a 3-day weekend every once in a while, or a 4-day weekend if you're feeling frisky, right? Like, I think they desperately needed this bye week. But I'm going to hold Nick Sirianni to that. You had 2 weeks to try to figure your stuff out. And if you didn't, the conversation of Nick Sirianni, the head coach, should he stay, should he go, that's not going away anytime soon. It won't.
So you only if you're feeling frisky do you take 4-day weekends?
Oh, yeah, man.
It's good.
You might need some extra time.
It's good to know.
And
it's
in the bedroom.
I am say and in the bedroom. I would say that it's the injury situation is why I think it is just the perfect time for the reset. But I mean, this weekend's going to tell me so much. This next month, this report card
Right.
is going to tell me so much. You're playing 4 teams with 5 wins. 4 teams.
Yeah.
Right now, going into the report card period, 4 times with 5 wins. So Connor's parents are going to get the midterm report, and here it comes.
No, they're not. I'm hiding it from them.
Yeah,
like I
I
always did.
usually hide that thing.
I must have gotten lost in the mail.
Yeah, sorry. 610-632-0975. You can text it, you can call. And let's go to Eddie in South Jersey. Eddie, you're on the Fanatic.
Good morning. How are you guys?
What's up,
Good
Eddie?
job, Ed. What's up, buddy?
Listen, going all the way back to the 22 World Series, if you recall, Philly was up 2-1.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah, let's go down memory lane where I want to cry.
Then they got no hit.
No,
Yeah.
we're talking about Rob Thompson's decision-making.
Ah, okay.
Verlander came out there and got lit up.
Yep.
Aaron Nola gave us a great season, but he was gassed at the end of the season. And he left him out there until Houston tied up the game. You were at home. You would have won that game. You would have finished the series. From that point in
See,
time,
but that's funny. We were upset they pulled Zach
No, that
Wheeler
was
too
fine.
early,
That
but
was fine,
we're
by the
upset that Aaron Nola stayed in.
But that was in the World Series though. If you
And it was
saw
Game
him
5.
gassed.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about game.
Game 4 was
It
the
was Game
no-hitter.
4.
Game 4 was the no-hitter.
So then it was Game 5. I'm sorry. I had
It was
to
game. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Don't worry.
I'm sorry about that. But if
It's
you
okay.
recall, we were seeing him gassed, and I'm like, why don't he take him out? You beat up on Verlander. You're going to let them come back? You got to finish them when you got them at home. And then from there, they never recovered. They went to Houston, and Houston took over. From that point in time, I knew exactly what you said. His decision-making with pitching is never good.
Yeah,
He could have pushed. He could have pushed Sanchez, too, for 1 or 2 more bats.
Aaron Nola didn't pitch in Game 5, by the way. That was a Noah Syndergaard start.
Yeah, I think you're confusing it
Yeah,
a little
thanks
bit
for the
to
call,
last
Eddie.
year.
It's okay.
I think he's confusing last year with something with Nola
Yeah.
at that point. Remember, it was the Game 5 after the no-hitter. Schwarber comes up first bat and hits a home run in Game 5. So gets everybody going. You're no-hit one night, and then Schwarber hits the home run.
Yeah.
But that was because, too, you also had the misplay in the outfield by Marsh.
Yeah.
The horrible play in the first inning.
By the way,
of that game.
Nola pitched in the game when the Phillies were no-hit. So,
Yes. And he had nothing. Honestly, he didn't pitch poorly.
no, he didn't. Like, are we really, like, the team got no hit. Is that Rob Thompson's fault?
No.
Look, I get it. When people are out on somebody, I'm guilty of it too. You find everything to try to back up your claim, but we got to be accurate. Like, we got to be accurate at the same time. All right, coming up next, we'll check our text line. we'll get to some more of your reaction to today's topics. Again, the reset is over with. The Eagles begin their unofficial second half of the season in just week 6. New life. Is it more the same, or do we finally see the team we expected to see? John's all 125 pointed up. I'm surprised you didn't say 125 points just this Sunday.
Yeah,
the way
a
you're
little
feeling.
bit. No, it's feeling good, though.
I will say it's more the same until I see differently. Because this team has not done much at all this year for me to feel confident in them that they're going to be the team that I expected them to be, which was a NFC championship contender. And I'm going to hold them to that. 610-632-0975. And what do you do with Rob Thompson? Also coming up next, Johnny's got the color orange on today. We'll have some fun about what could be an incredible new era for the orange and black. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
I got to direct my attention to something I've talked about a lot, and that's Howie Roseman. Because his...
Johnny. 150 shows of Kincade and Salciunas today.
We appreciate everybody who tunes in every day.
Damn right we do on this football
Thank
Friday.
you for that. Met some of the crew last night out at Wells Fargo Center. Some of the guys working security.
Okay.
The guys at the door were fantastic and big listeners in the morning.
Love that.
And I told them that we all appreciate them very much. Tell your family, tell your friends.
Damn right, man. We appreciate everybody that's been a part of this ride.
They're all sixered up. They're all Paul Georged up. They were telling me last night about all the things that Paul George is going to do for Embiid's game.
Oh, yeah.
And that the fact is, much like you say, that they've never had someone like him.
They've not had a wing. No. Not like him. They haven't had a wing player in my life.
I said to them.
In my life, I'm 30 years old. They have not had a wing player in my life.
I asked them a question of what was he going to do for Maxi's game. And the gentleman will tell you that they didn't have an answer for me. That is still my question that I'll watch for the first 15, 20 games.
It's going to be interesting. Maxey will have the ball in his hands. Paul George will have the ball in his hands. Embiid, obviously. And, of course, Kyle Lowry's back. That might be your starting point guard at times.
Do you think it helps Maxey take the next step forward and towards stardom? Or do you think that it maybe...
I think he's going to have open looks.
Okay. I can't wait to see it all.
Yeah.
And
the floor will just be spaced better.
Boy, they're all Nick Nursed up to these guys.
Yeah. I mean,
They are all Nick... And they knew everything about Mishkov. I was so proud of them.
So, you're wearing orange today. Not only is today show number 150, it is game one of the Matvey-Michkov era. Flyers tonight, unfortunately, 10 o'clock as they open their season
What's
in Vancouver.
unfortunate about that?
It's Friday night. If like I've heard this.
Man,
if it was a Tuesday.
Sleep.
No, you're not.
Okay, well, that's your fault.
You're making a mistake. In fact, how about this one for you? Cooper sometimes gets you up at odd hours.
Yeah, like 11. It'll be the second period.
I would absolutely want to have my kid, any kid that is of viable age, in front of the television tonight, just to be able to say, because this player, Matvey Michkov, is going to be a transformational player for this franchise, for this city. And if your kid is old enough and into hockey, and I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8, and you can let them stay up Friday night, stay up with Dad, watch a period, and see Michkov, his first shift as a Flyer, that kid will never forget it because he is going to be one of the transformational stars that gets people wearing orange again in this town.
Look, I'll stay up for puck drop, and then I'll probably crash not too long
that's
after
fine.
that.
Lay on the couch.
Because to your point, I want to see the start. Like, this is the next big, exciting debut, right?
Yes, this is it.
And look, obviously the Phillies have called up rookies here and there over the last couple of years, but with all due respect to Bryson Stott and Alec Boehm, like these guys aren't Matvey Michkov, and there wasn't talks of them being Matvey Michkov. The last time we were this excited for a debut was Joel Embiid.
Yes.
Right. Even more, look, I think
that's fair.
I know everybody loves Tyrese Maxey. Nobody thought Tyrese Maxey would be the player that he is now, a max contract player. I'm talking generational talent where you're going, this guy is going to save or uplift our franchise. The last time we saw that was Joel Embiid, and I bought tickets, me and my buddy Jimmy. I think we were very top row at the Wells Fargo center court, but very top row. We found any bit of cash that we could put together, in our college days, and I wanted to see that debut against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and it did not disappoint.
That's awesome.
And tonight's that night if you're a Flyers fan, and I imagine it's got to be sold out already, right?
Well,
the first game, October. No, I'm saying October 19th.
Saturday? Next Saturday. Oh, I'd imagine next Saturday's going to be a zoo. Weekend games are a zoo anyway for the Flyers.
Yeah, but for the Michkov era, I
era.
imagine that gets some people in the seat.
By the way, too, there are going to be some people that don't know the context of it. Jet Lachenko will also make his debut, most likely tonight.
Yeah,
most likely.
He's impressed everybody.
He has certainly impressed everybody. 2 months ago, he was 17.
It's unbelievable.
It's amazing. When Haley and I stood in front of him and talked for the first time at the draft, he was 17. And to me, watching him make his debut as the youngest Flyer in history is another thing to watch for. Lachenko's going to need time to cook.
Yeah.
It's going to need time.
And this is a rebuild.
This is a rebuild.
We're not saying, hey, you better score 2 goals the first night, Jet.
No. But Michkov for Rookie of the Year, I've already loaded it on that Bet Parks app. It's already
Can I put something to bed now? I don't want it to happen.
What's that?
I love the Flyers. They're my hockey team. They are a typical hockey organization. It's welcome to the jungle when they first get on the ice, right? They better not play Benny and the Jets if he scores goals.
I don't think they'll do that because
I can't mark my words. They're going to do the goal song and then they'll play something.
I think it'll be more likely it'll be Paul McCartney and Wings.
Okay.
Jet.
Okay. Yeah. All right. But still,
Jet.
It's going to be something typical.
What if they played a song by the band Jet? How would that be?
How about Joan Jett?
There's a lot of other options. I'm not worried about it. If he scores, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Jet, but honestly, though, I mean,
it's exciting, man.
It's exciting tonight. And enjoy it. And Flyers hockey right here. Tim Saunders will entertain you all season long here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Yes, absolutely. All right.
And he is entertaining.
We haven't heard from this man in a while. Let's go to our man, BG, Black Gritty.
What's up, Black Gritty?
Black Gritty?
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm on my way to sleep. I figured I'd check in.
Well, sweet dreams. Did you drink your chamomile tea, or you ready?
I sure did. So, shout out to my daughter. Her favorite team are the Flyers and the Sixers. And
you've shown me that before. She's a big fan.
Yeah, she's a huge fan, dude. Like, she said to me, she's like, "Do you know what's cool? For like the next 10 to 15 years of my life, I get to have two like all-star young guys to grow up with on the Flyers." And I'm like, oh, look at you with a little tidbit of information.
Yeah, I will just say this. Be careful. I thought about that with Carter Hart and Nolan Patrick. How'd that work out?
I didn't want to break her dreams, bro. She's still 17.
Nah, Michkov will be better.
Mishkov is not shouldn't be in discussion with either one of those guys.
I let her have her dream.
Good.
Because the Phillies broke my heart. They got my heart broke so bad. I want 50% of the team gone. Dombrowski to get smart. Bryce can't choose no more of his friends. And they got me begging the Browns for a favor. I never asked other teams to do a favor. Could they please make sure that Deshaun Watson starts? And could you just give Chubb one more week off? He's not ready. Just I don't want Jameis Winston. I don't want Chubb. I don't want some kind of resurgence with the Browns. Just give me this. Give me this so Kincade can have his 125 points. Let's get off on the right start.
That offense is about to get lit. Now, Gritty, you vote with me? You vote with me or against me? Next 4 weeks, 125 or above.
I'm so down. I'm voting with you, brother. I got to have something happen.
Okay.
And it's hold on. I need the audience to know this. You yourself put in the poll, John. Typical dope Kincade. So if somebody wants to call John a dope today,
they're allowed.
They're allowed because he asked for it.
I did.
Normally I'm all doped up on you, but today I'm so down in the dumps for 125 sound real good. I'm doing the math. I'm like, give me 35 here, give me 25. Give me some points and get them early. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, brother.
You too.
Get a good night's sleep.
Sweet dreams, Black Gritty. He's got
to be up to what? Now, tonight, Black Gritty's got to be up, listening to the Fanatic and watching on television.
Dude, his name is Black Gritty. Of course he's going to be watching tonight.
He's got to see that debut. I've met his daughter, and
they're great
she is flyered up.
All right, coming up next, we reset the show. We'll get to more of your texts and your calls. Talking about the Eagles. Are they more the same? Or do we finally see the team that we expected to see following the bye week? And what do you do with Rob Thompson? We'll discuss all that and also the ceilings of some of the players on the Phillies. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
on this Friday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Football Friday.
Thank God, man.
And hockey, too, which is great.
And a Hockey Friday, opening night for the Flyers tonight, 10 o'clock against Vancouver. The Michkov era begins tonight.
The Couve.
Yep. Coming up around 7:10. You and I touched on this a little bit yesterday, but we didn't actually go through it. We talked about whether or not some of the players on the Phillies reached their ceilings. So we will go through some of the younger names of the Phillies, and did they or did they not reach the ceilings? Because that is something that is concerning me for some of the individuals. So we'll do that in a few minutes. We'll check the text line in a second. But I'm a big man, all right? I'm a big boy, John.
You're really not. You're very slim.
Well, thank you. But I can handle when I talk smack, and I get old takes exposed, by the way. Did you see that?
I did see that,
Yeah, that
and
was fun.
yes.
And of course, not only was my voice on the Old Takes Exposed Twitter account, but so was my man Lamar in Jersey. So let's go to him. Go ahead, Lamar. Have at it.
Man, look, I'm not here to talk smack. This is round one. You know, with the new playoff format, we're going to meet again plenty more time. This Philly team is a good team. I just think y'all called at the wrong time. I'm seeing these players, is actually, doing good. I lived through the Chase Utley and Jimmy Rollins.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he did.
I lived through that.
Did you know that I got Old Takes Exposed? So your voice was on a Twitter account that has almost 700,000 followers.
And it was all over the place. People were enjoying making fun of Andrew.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so I lived through them years. I mean, oh, my God. This ain't the same folk artist team that they were writing that team. I lived through hell with the Mets. I seen you on YouTube yesterday. I'm like, wow, I think you mentioned me.
I did.
So
I'm a big man.
Yeah, but one more thing, though, before I got very offended. All right, because you talk about me being a Chiefs fan.
Yeah, what the hell's that all about?
To answer your question, I used to talk to Mike Missanelli show all the time 15 years ago when I worked the morning shift, the Tony Bruno show, and Mike Missanelli always trying to school me, talking about, you got to represent your area. I said, listen, Mike Missanelli, I've been a Chiefs fan since I was 11 years old, since 1993. So I lived through the Steve Romo years.
Why?
Yeah, why? That's all we're wondering why.
I was a kid. I picked, I'm not going to apologize for whatever.
Who's your NBA team?
Are you all over the place?
My NBA team terrible. I'm a Bulls fan.
Okay, so you're a Bulls fan, a Chiefs fan, a Mets fan, and who else?
All the same team I picked since I was a kid. I ride and die. I don't watch hockey, but when I usually watch hockey, I was a Red Wings fan.
Come on. Come on. I don't understand how people do that. I really don't.
I'm going to tell you right now, there's no way, and I wouldn't have spent a dime for my child to get sports gear for a team that wasn't one of the teams that we were rooting for as a family. I would not have spent one dime.
Well,
I know, I wouldn't have. If my kid said, "Oh, Dad, I want an Orlando Magic jersey," bull crap.
Well,
I'm not buying it. You know what I'd do? I'd say, call your godfather. I would say, see if he'll buy it for you. I never would do it. And I'd swear on a stack of Bibles I'd never do it.
Well,
never.
My father made it clear, hey, you can wear Priest Holmes' jersey because that's your favorite player, but you are not a Chiefs fan. He made that very clear. Now, it's funny. Guys like Lamar confuse me. So, Connor, you and I had the watch party at the Uptown Beer Garden for Game 1. Way back when we thought the Phillies would actually show up for a playoff series. And we met AJ and Dylan. And AJ is a truck driver for pork roll.
Okay.
He distributes pork roll all over the place.
Taylor pork roll?
Yeah.
Okay,
the good stuff. All
okay,
right?
good.
And AJ is a Panthers fan, but Philadelphia everything else.
Why?
Because he was a big Cam Newton guy.
Okay, that's crazy.
And I don't know. And
Mrs. Doubtfire
by the way,
is his favorite player?
By the way, AJ's my age, so it's not like Cam Newton. We were what?
I don't know, like
late teens,
17.
No, wait a minute.
It's not like
Cam Newton was in the Super Bowl in 2015, so 10 years ago.
Yeah, so
you were
I was 20.
You were 20.
Well, he liked him coming out of college.
Okay.
But
did he like him when he was stealing the computer and then throwing it out the window at Florida and getting himself kicked out because he stole a computer?
No.
I don't like. What do you?
I don't get the. I don't get the.
And I like Cam, by the way. I like him, and I know him to be a very good person.
No,
it's not about the Cam Newton thing.
It's the. I'm a player fan. Like, I had a kid growing up. My man Mike Sitch. All right, great dude, right? Kevin Garnett fan. So he was a Timberwolves fan.
Oh, jeez.
And then became a Celtics fan, fittingly right when they won the championship in 2008.
Man, you'd be starving in my house.
It's weird.
No,
it's
you'd
weird.
be starving. You would be absolutely starving in my house.
And then what happens when they retire?
I'm not.
Like, are you just done?
You pick another player.
Like, is that what? How does that work?
That's so weak. It's absolutely so weak. Like, it teaches you nothing about loyalty in life. It teaches that. Like I said the other night, Olivia was ready to. She had tears in her eyes the other night. She was so pissed off. with the Phillies losing.
As anybody should.
And it's probably her 5th year of really being a Phillies fan, diehard type of thing. And I just said, this is the pain that makes the good times worth it.
Right.
So when they go to a World Series,
we
when
have
they win
a
championship,
we have a lot of pain.
Yeah,
I
but
think that's
but
BS
other
also.
cities,
There's some cities don't have as much
Other
pain.
cities don't have the opportunity
You're
to
right.
feel that pain,
And that's why
it's much worse.
And that's why I say we are in a good time. Believe it or not,
We're in a
as much
great-
as it
no, we're in a
freaking
great time.
sucks,
We're in
we
a
are
great
in a
time.
great time. And we were talking about Michkov era. Phillies are in the playoffs every year. Eagles should be in the playoffs every year, and they have been the last 3 years. And the Sixers are always contenders, despite always pissing us off in the second round of the playoffs. This year, the first round. But we have talent.
I think the Sixers are pain. Like, I think that's real pain.
I'm ready for more pain this year,
Let's
baby.
hope. Let's hope.
All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor, before we get into this conversation about the ceilings for some of the younger players on the Phillies?
All right, we have people checking in on the conversation about Rob Thompson. Tim in Harrisburg says, enough with the excuses for Topper. The team has regressed 2 straight postseasons. He constantly makes terrible strategic decisions in big moments. The country club atmosphere also needs to end with the team.
Okay,
big changes need to be made, and it starts with
Country
the
club
manager.
atmosphere got you 95 wins.
Okay, I'm going to say this, is that first of all, and I'm going to be as polite about this as possible. I said I was probably in the clubhouse 10 times this year.
Right.
So I am not saying that I'm some huge insider with a doctorate in that
But
clubhouse.
10 more than a lot of people.
10 more than like everybody who's tweeting about it.
Yeah.
There is nothing about the Phillies clubhouse that is country club. Nothing. In fact, I think it's a very professional clubhouse. So I don't know where that narrative comes from, and it's something that people hammer out in their tweets and everything that they think they know. That's absolutely ludicrous.
You know what it is?
It's absurd. I've been in clubhouses for 30-some years.
Right.
The Phillies clubhouse is not some like, hey, this is like junior high school, and then the other clubhouses are professional. The Phillies clubhouse is every bit as professional as almost anyone I've ever been.
You know why? Because he was with the Yankees for a long time, but also is a human, unlike
But he's
Joe
a
Girardi.
human.
Like Joe Girardi wasn't human, so Rob Thompson kind of follows the Yankee way of professionalism, but it also allows them to express themselves.
I hear this when people tell you about, well, the clubhouse is this or the clubhouse is that. And people that say it 99.9% of the time have no clue because they've never been in the clubhouse.
And my
They have
other
no
thing
idea.
is, so he's the texter, and sorry, you're the first texter, so we're going to jump you a little bit here. I'm tired of the excuses. Well, what
It's not true, though.
What are the excuses? Like, the bats went cold.
They did.
That is fact.
That's what happened. It's not but Rob Tom again, and I'm not defending it. He is a terrible strategist. And the post-game shows 2 games of the 4-game series led with on all 3 networks. Just going, I don't know what the hell he was doing.
Yeah,
I don't know what
there
his
were some
plan
things
was.
I disagree with.
I'm out on him as a strategist, but the things that he does well certainly put them in a position to have a chance to win.
All right, give us another text, Connor.
All right, we also have a check-in from Don from Blackwood
Hello,
saying,
Don.
You need to shake up the team. And the only way to do that with the amount of guys that are probably coming back next year is to fire the manager.
And look, that's why I don't blame anyone for saying that kind of stuff, because people want a shakeup, right? And we talked about how a lot of these players might be back because of their contracts either being immovable or they're still team friendly, and so they might stick around. And so people are looking for some sort of change. Like, people wanted Kevin Long fired, right? Like, they're looking for any sort of change, which is why I don't think it's ridiculous that people would say something like that, even though I disagree with them. All right, so the ceilings conversation. By the way, I find it fascinating. Our first 2 texts are Phillies related.
Well, I think people are still getting there.
Well,
And
I also wonder, are people geared up for the Eagles' return yet? Or are we like? Is it Sunday when it pops again?
I'll tell you honestly, I'd prefer not to think about it. Like, I know, of course, it's fun to have the Eagles back if they play up to their standard, but right now, with the way that they went into the bye week,
Exactly.
I'm just like, yeah, I hope they play well, but I'm not trying to bank my happiness on a team that hasn't showed me enough.
And I think that's fair.
I think, and oh, you're the man of the text line. You read 2 texts. They're both Phillies texts. Are Eagles texts coming in? Like, are people ready to go?
Yeah, we have 1 or 2.
Exactly. So it's mainly Phillies text, even though we have an Eagles and a Phillies topic, and this is supposed to be an Eagles town, right? It's amazing that right now, and I get it, the Phillies season just came to an end, and now we're worried about the future, but the Eagles start again on Sunday, and they were disappointing through the first 4 weeks. And again, our question today, is it more the same week 6 against the Browns, or do they finally show to be the team we expected them to be? You can text in at 610-632-0975. Can you give us a text on that, Connor? And then we'll have the ceilings discussion for the Phillies.
Yes. All right. So a text in here, no name on this one, but they say, not sure where the overconfidence is coming from with the Eagles. This is deja vu from last year. How many times did we all say last year, get ready, this is the week they explode offensively, playing the Giants, playing the Cardinals. They're bad teams. They're going to turn it around. They didn't. I have no confidence they could do it because we have been saying the same thing for a full calendar year. No confidence, only hope. I have to see it first.
Wow.
Okay, so
and that's what I said. I have to see it first.
I absolutely think I know enough of what they are that I will go out on a limb and say I don't need to see it first. I already saw it last year. I saw it through 11 games. Nobody was saying that the offense was terrible, and this year's offense has Saquon Barkley. You may have said it,
yeah,
but they were still a top 7 offense, top 6 offense.
I hated it though.
You may have hated it, but again, they were top 6 or 7 in the NFL, which I think is, at that point, is like I think it's picking nits. I think that the defense last year was the problem, and it ended up being the problem.
Sure, but whatever the case may be, we've had the conversation, too, about this needing to be like a style points win.
Oh, right. No,
they haven't won a game by 14 points since the NFC Championship game in 22.
I argue none of that with you. And I think that it is completely legitimate that I was the person saying it of all. I think this I demand it be a style point game. But I believe this is going to be a style point game for the offense and not necessarily overall the whole team. This offense is about to go nuts.
Connor,
is about to go nuts.
You just said they haven't won a game by 14 points since when?
I believe it was 22 at the NFC Championship game.
All right, I'll just say this. They haven't won a game by 2 scores. All right, so 9 or more since the Dolphins game.
Which is why, I could demand.
Which was right before Thanksgiving last year, I think.
You think about it, this year.
It's almost we're almost coming up on a calendar year.
And their 2
11 months.
In their 2 wins this year, they won by 3 against the Saints, 5 against the Packers, 8 to the Giants last year, which was their final win of the season, 3 to the Bills, 4 to the Chiefs, 5 to the Cowboys, 7 to the Commanders. It was that Dolphins game. They did win by 14 that game.
Right. That's why.
2023.
Okay. That's why. But you guys can demand all we want.
I'm not demanding. I'm telling you.
I'm demanding it.
Well, that's the thing. Say whatever you want. I'm going to live in the reality of this team has not done it in a long time, and they have not given me any reason to believe that they're going to.
And there is nothing about your statement, no lies detected. I'm just telling you, I have no issue with saying that it's going to be perfectly. This team is about to take the roof off of the place.
Okay. All right. So let's do this quick.
But no lies detected, Connor.
Let's do this quick Phillies discussion.
Sure.
About ceiling. Just the younger players, right? So I put out a tweet after the game on Wednesday.
Okay.
That the scariest thing for me right now is that a lot of the players may have reached their ceilings, and of course JT Realmuto is past his prime, and that's no fault of his. It's father time, and he's a catcher.
Nobody in their 30s has yet to reach their ceiling, right? In Major League Baseball. If you got 6-7 years in the Major League Baseball and someone's still holding out a ceiling for you, you're lying.
So we'll go just in order by position.
Yep.
Bryson Stott. Has he reached his ceiling?
No.
I say no as well.
Yeah, no.
In 3 years, he's had one legitimate good hitting season. It's kind of like the Jalen Hurts discussion. He got paid for one elite season. And the 2 sandwiched, the bread, the meat was the 2022 season. But 2021, 2023, not so great. Bryson Stott, kind of the exact same way. 2023, he was amazing. We were talking about how he's going to be the batting champion in the future.
The Phillies broadcasters were.
And then it
saying
came back
that
down to
people were
earth last year.
Exactly.
I don't believe he hit his ceiling yet. So we're all on the same page.
Yeah, he still puts together solid at-bats for the most part. I believe
for the most part. They weren't as good this year, but he's shown us enough that we know it's in there.
He's figuring out who he is as a ball player still.
Yeah. All right. Alec Boehm. His ceiling is an all-star, apparently, because he was an all-star this year. I don't think he'll ever be better than what he did this year. I don't think that power's never coming. He is who he is. So I think he has reached his ceiling, which is still an all-star, depending on the year.
I think he's reached his ceiling. Now, again, if it's an all-star, that might be good enough. I think he's reached his ceiling.
If we're being honest, he is not better than Manny Machado, who he started over at.
He is not.
Base. Like, it's not even close.
He got it because we have more fans at our game.
May help.
That helps vote and people voting
online. It is a fan vote.
Yep.
Well, also, to that point in the season, I think he was having a better year.
He wasn't. I don't think anybody in their right mind.
He had 5 times the amount of votes as Manny Machado. And 5 times isn't 5 votes to 1. It was like 100 million.
Obviously, he's not 5 times better than Manny Machado, but I don't think it was just like fans packed the ballot.
I don't think he was ever better than Manny Machado, even when he started in the All-Star game.
I think statistically you could make the case that he was.
You could say, well, no, statistics can tell you.
But do you think he's? I think he reached his ceiling, which isn't a bad. Like,
no,
it's
exactly.
not like he's a bad baseball player.
Right, exactly. We're not ripping on him. No, that's
Connor?
not ripping on him.
Yeah, probably. I don't see him being much more of a player than what he was when he was at his best this year.
Could he be an MVP candidate? Is what?
Absolutely
like when you're
not.
an All-Star, well, could he be 100? How about this? Can he be 120 RBI guy?
No,
I don't think so.
no, he
don't
doesn't.
think
He
so
doesn't hit
either.
enough power.
And this lineup is not getting better.
Okay.
That's the other thing.
Right.
All right,
and by
on.
the way, to get to 120 RBIs, like there's going to be some times where if there's a runner on second, you need to hit a 2-run home run and not
Exactly.
just a single.
Gotcha.
Brandon Marshman, you know how I feel.
He has reached his ceiling.
Connor, you think he's going to be Barry Bonds one day?
Here's why he hasn't reached his ceiling. Because he stunk. Like, that can't be his ceiling. I believe the guy's a Major League Baseball player.
Have you seen? Meaning, have you seen his best already?
I don't think you have. Now,
Okay.
I don't know if you can get that out of him or what that best is, but I don't
Will
think
he
you've
ever
seen the
be
best.
an everyday? Will he ever be a 140 game pencil him in guy?
I think he could be. Yeah. Now, I don't know.
Will he be? Not that he could be.
Dude,
Because that means he has to face
Will
lefties.
he be?
Remember Mickey Moniak when he got traded to the A's? Oh, he's finally going to start the Angels. He's finally going to start playing every day. They started platooning him too.
Yeah, we saw like 2 months of the start of the season where the guy could have been argued as an all-star. Like, I believe that player's in there. I just don't know if we'll ever see it.
All right, so we'll go through some more names as the show goes on. By the way, speaking of Brandon Marsh, Matt Gelb had a fascinating big write-up yesterday, and he did talk about some movement
By the way,
this offseason.
Gelb's piece yesterday has been the best end-of-season read that I've read yet.
Yeah, it was great. So I'll give you some of the notes from that because he mentioned Brandon Marsh as a guy that could be on the move. And there is interest around the league, to Connor's point about a former top prospect in Major League Baseball. So we'll get into more of that coming up next. Also, before the season started, ESPN did a bold prediction for each team. The Eagles is nowhere close to happening yet. They also gave a new one. So we'll all give a new one as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles are back from the bye. I'm Connor Thomas.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Will the Eagles look like the team we expected them to be this Sunday against Cleveland, or will it be more of the same? Answer that question on our text line or phone line, 610-632-0975. And what should the Phillies do with manager Rob Thompson? Those are our two main topics today. We're excited for the Flyers in the beginning of the Michkov era, which is tonight at 10 o'clock.
Make sure you're part of it. Make sure the Fanatic all year long, you're checking it out.
Damn right, man.
And you're not jumping on the bandwagon if you jump on tonight. If you get in on this, right out, you're feeling pretty good.
I'll allow people to wait till they're back on the East Coast.
No, get in on the Michkov era tonight. Do it tonight.
Yeah, okay. And the other thing we were doing a little exercise. We were talking about the ceilings of some of the younger players and have they reached them on the Phillies. Stott, we collectively said no. Bohm, we collectively said yes, but it was still enough to get him to an all-star game as the all-star starting third baseman. Brandon Marsh, you and I say he's reached it, John.
Reached it.
Connor's still waiting for the big boom. From the former top prospect.
I don't believe that there is a huge jump coming where everybody goes, didn't see that coming with Brandon Marsh.
Well,
He's now this is a guy who is a top-tier, everyday outfielder in Major League Baseball.
No. It's not that. It's not a big boom. I just don't think he's been as consistent as he can be at some point in his career at this level. I think he could be an everyday starter. That would be more above what he's been lately. And that's not a high ceiling, but it's a ceiling higher than where he's at. And for the record, I also said yesterday in the Stay or Go, I would move on for Brandon Marsh. This isn't like I would keep him and believe he's going to reach that here with the Phillies. I just do believe that he's a better player than what he's shown in his time here in Philadelphia. Or he's going to be one day.
So, to your point about Brandon Marsh, you might not be alone that he's going to get better. Now, there are some baseball minds out there that aren't as smart as John and I. I don't know what they're still looking for.
Because they're not baseball dudes.
But here's the Matt Gelb article from yesterday. First bullet point, and I want to thank Philly Nation, who did a great job actually doing like all the bullet points. I read the story. It's fascinating, but
it is a really good read.
For time constraints, it's great to have this in front of me. The Phillies are going to make changes, and Gelb says drastic ones, perhaps drastic ones. Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Zach Wheeler, Kyle Schwarber, Aaron Nola. They're all staying. All right? Everybody else could be on the table, which means a Nick Castellanos, who I would like him to stay, but when we did our stay and go exercise yesterday, I want him to stay. I do believe the organization will move on from him. But they mentioned Brandon Marsh, and Matt Gelb believes that there is a lot of interest in Brandon Marsh across the league, and also Johan Rojas. Despite him having like zero pop whatsoever, but obviously an incredible glove and some speed, a lot of speed, I'm sorry. And if they can make him a little bit more on base, because his on base percentage isn't as great. Obviously his batting average is where we hoped it would be, around that 230, 240 mark, but he has to get on base more. If you can have him work counts and get on base, now all of a sudden that guy's a guy that can do a lot for you in a lineup. But they said Brandon Marsh, the market will be strong. I don't see it, but okay.
The thing is, though, the market will be strong, but you don't know that anybody is. That doesn't mean that someone is saying, man, there's our everyday center fielder.
Right.
That just means, yeah, that's a guy I'd want on my roster.
Here's what I'll say, right? I know he had a bunch of strikeouts this year. He is a clear above average outfielder. He's not an elite outfielder, but he's above the major league average outfielder. He hit 249 with 16 bombs this year. And a lot of that was at the start of the season when he was hot. But if you see that as another team, we get caught in the Philadelphia echo chamber of watching these guys every day. There are teams that are going to see those numbers for a guy that was a pedigree player that is still young and say, hey, oh, wow, he's arbitration eligible still? Hell yeah, we'll take him.
Cheap, and they say we can maybe fix him or push him to another level.
No, I think he's an easy guy for the Phillies to move that doesn't change their ceiling all that much that could lead to the change that this team needs, which is why I said go.
Yeah, he allows movement. They need to unclog the chessboard so they can move things around and actually decide what they want to do. I would be shocked if Marsh stayed and Rojas left. I think they could see Rojas as the fifth outfielder.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you.
Defensive replacement with still upside. I think they're going to move on.
So, Johan Rojas, do you believe he's reached his ceiling?
No.
I don't either, but I don't know how much higher that ceiling
I don't.
is.
No, I'm not saying it's not one of those 8-foot drop ceilings.
It's like as if
that's
Shaq,
in one of those.
if Shaq walked into the studio, his head's almost touching the ceiling.
Correct.
That's Johan Rojas for me.
Yeah,
he hasn't reached the ceiling yet, but it's not much higher.
I don't think he's that tall.
I think it's going to be wild. Yeah, I don't. I'm thinking it's one of those nasty, like where the water stained drop ceilings, but he hasn't reached it yet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he could be like I don't know, what, 265, 270 hitter?
At the most.
Not happening.
Not like that would be fantastic.
I don't think he ever gets there. 265, 270?
That's a lot, but it's all right.
He's been, what, up for a year and a half?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean.
He's a 261 career hitter, to your point.
Interesting.
302 in 59 games, 243 in the 120 this year. I don't think he's going to be a 265, 270 hitter.
So he's what for a career?
261.
And he's been up a year and a half?
He is not a back of the baseball card guy yet.
Of course he's not, which is why you can't say, like, I don't think he's going to be 4 points better for his career.
I don't think he's going to be. That's my,
but you don't like the guy,
astute
so.
baseball knowledge. All right, two more for you. Christopher Sanchez and Ranger Suarez. Now, the Suarez one is interesting because the dude was a Cy Young candidate through the first half of the season, then obviously had some issues with injuries and all kinds of stuff in the second half of the year. I don't know what his ceiling is. I think he's still going to. I don't think he's going to be the first half of the year pitcher his entire career, which was what, a 1.70 ERA.
One point, like 1.35. It was 1.35.
Yeah, like I don't think he's going to be that, which is Hall of Fame numbers. So I'm not trying to be a D here. Like I don't think he's going to be that, but I do believe he's going to still be a legitimate top 3 of a rotation starter.
I absolutely do not think he's reached his ceiling. I think he'll get in better shape, which he needs to be because he's doughy as hell, and he wasn't in the beginning of the year. I am a huge Ranger believer because of October. He is a guy who, very much like Zach Wheeler, is absolutely unfazed by the pressure of the moment. I would love. I can't wait to see what he becomes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a weird way, I think we have seen Ranger Suarez's ceiling. Like, I do. Now, the pitcher he was for like multiple months at the start of the season, that's crazy high ceiling, but he did that. He's never going to be better than what he was at the start of the season.
And that's okay. Like if he finishes a year with a 3.2 ERA, like
right,
yeah,
sure.
That's a great guy to have in your rotation.
The question is, can he sustain it? And we worried so much about him being healthy in the regular season. Like
that was my biggest concern once he started getting those innings up and up and up.
Exactly, but it's not just the first time that he was healthy going into camp for a while. It's the first time that he was healthy, and then he goes through the actual workload of a full season. So he's going to progress to being more consistent, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the guy's still young.
But my point is, I just don't think we'll ever see a better version than what we saw when he was healthy at the start of the year.
Okay. And Christopher Sanchez?
Not reached his ceiling. He's better every year.
Yeah, I guess I'm with you. I think I'm with you.
I just don't know how much better he can be.
Right. Like,
well, no, I think he can be better on the road.
But I don't think he's reached it yet.
I think he will be considerably better on the road than he was this year, and he probably won't be as dominant at home as he was this year.
Yeah.
But I don't think that will balance out. I think he's going to be better.
Look, if he averages that out and Ranger Suarez averages it out,
oh yeah,
you still have a legitimate 4-man rotation.
You do, and then remember, Andrew Painter's going to be your 5th starter.
Yes.
I think that's going to happen in like June. I don't think it's going to be
I don't think
the year.
They're not going to rush him.
I don't think they're going to rush him because they're going to have him on an innings count next year.
Yep.
So I believe they'll start him later.
Yep. I think Sanchez has reached his ceiling.
Okay.
I don't think we ever see a better version of Christopher Sanchez than what we did this year.
All right. Okay. And there's our little exercise. You feel good? You feel
No, it's just as they're not. This team's too old. This team's too old. This team is, and when I say old, I don't mean old in calendar years.
No, you don't have.
I'm saying we don't have enough guys that we haven't seen them reach their potential yet. This roster needs to be freshened up.
Well, it will be, but it may not be this offseason.
It's absolute. I mean, we have 9 more years of Trey Turner. 2 years in a row, the worst. 2 years in a row, over 2 year collectively. 2 years, seasons in a row, combine it. He's the worst shortstop in baseball. You got a problem there. So is Stott going to be your shortstop?
He's not the worst shortstop in baseball.
If you want to say fielding,
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Well, that's not what you said.
the
So.
overall,
What I'm not talking about him
the
batting.
overall. Okay,
And you can, by the way, you can have all the batting numbers you want. Again, after July, after the All-Star break, he was exactly the guy that needed the standing ovation.
yeah.
He was abysmal. And he is a mopey Joe. We get ourselves
see
out.
that from
we
him.
get ourselves out. I don't know what happened. We get ourselves out. So I don't think they're getting us out. We get
Yeah.
ourselves
Well,
out.
he said
And
that
nothing
after they
changed.
lost the playoffs.
I'm like,
I'm
I've just had. He's
not gonna.
is he the guy? Is he the guy you expected when they traded for him?
No, of
Well, I
course
mean, when
not.
they signed him free.
By the way, he batted 280 in September, so it's not
That's
like
good.
he.
Yep. No, I'm saying since July, he was the same guy.
You might have to turn in your Trey Turner jersey.
You're gonna have to believe me.
You
I
might
tried.
have to turn in
no,
your
I
Trey
tried.
Turner.
I tried to show my support. I
This
gave
might
him
be
my
your
support.
least favorite guy in the city right now. This is
he is
wild.
such a.
He
You know
had a
why?
he had a pretty
you know
good
why?
month.
Because I do expect Connor that, like a Joel Embiid or like the highest paid guy on the roster, the biggest star, is supposed to actually be an impact. He's not an impact. In fact, he's a major problem why they lost.
He was a problem in this series.
And
You're
he is
absolutely
a
right.
butcher in the field.
But it doesn't make him the worst player at the position
He's a
of all
butcher
time.
in the field.
All right, coming
last 2 years.
up next, we get to some of your text messages at 610-632-0975. And I have this bold prediction article that ESPN did before the season started.
Uh-oh.
The one they had for the Eagles was not even close, or has not even come close to happening yet. It still could, but we'll see. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
And just
7:48 on Kincade Salciunas on this Football Friday, which means coming up for the entire 8 o'clock hour, he's back and refreshed from the bye week. Our man Andrew DiCecco, who joins us for the entire 8 o'clock hour every single Football Friday when the Birds play on a Sunday.
And he's wearing his good green today.
It is good green. But not Eagles, though.
No, it's not Eagles green. No, he doesn't do that.
No, not a fan.
On
He's a
game
football
day,
guy
he is
right there.
he is very decked out perfectly in the press box.
Well, he'll be with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour, talking about some of the storylines with the Eagles. There might be some new looks on defense, and then, of course, previewing Eagles-Browns all together. So we're looking forward to having Andrew for the entire 8 o'clock hour. All right, so before we get back to the text and the calls, so there was an article on ESPN before the season started. They did a bold prediction for every single team in the NFL, and I think we all gave ours as well. And I think I said Jalen Hurts would cut his interceptions in half. And I don't know if that's going to go my way. I forget what you guys said. But their bold prediction on ESPN was that Jalen Carter would have 10-plus sacks. He's at 0 through 5 weeks. Not necessarily his fault, but he's at 0 sacks with just an 11% rush win rate. So he is nowhere close to that bold prediction.
He is not.
They gave another one.
Okay.
A new bold prediction. Their new bold prediction. I'm curious to see what you guys think about this. Jalen Hurts will rank in the top 7 in QBR from week 6 until the end of the season. He's currently 13th, but that's also been with career-high interceptions and sack rates while throwing shorter passes than ever. He hasn't had A.J. Brown because of the hamstring injury. And, of course, he missed Devontae Smith. And once Brown is back, he has more time to gel with offensive coordinator Kellen Moore. Hurts will start playing more efficiently.
I got $20 on me. That's it.
Those are two clean $10 bills.
Aren't they nice?
Dude, did you go to the Mint?
No, they're just really clean.
No, so show them to our YouTube.
They're really
Connor,
clean.
that's
Crease on them. Where do you even get those?
That's the cleanest two $10 bills ever.
Yeah,
what bank do you go to?
They're clean.
Do they call you Mr. Kincade when you walk in?
They do.
My God.
They do. Bank of America. Thank you, Bank of America. I bet that.
I get here. Take your money. Get the hell out of here.
I'd bet that in a second. I would absolutely bet that. I would bet that all day, every day. Every day of the week. I would bet that on Jalen Hurts. I'm telling you right now, I'm saying it, the lid is coming off. It's coming off.
I can't wait
Take the lid off.
I can't wait to see what Andrew DiCecco has to say about your question coming
I will,
up.
yes. And,
or your statement.
My statement, and it is a statement, and I am working without a net. I am so confident that we are about to see an offensive renaissance. 125 points in the next 4 games. Write it down. Who's with me?
Maybe there's gonna be like 60 in one of those games. That might help you out.
Dude, as your producer, get a net.
Yes.
Like, you could be right. I would do this stunt with a net.
I'm going to be right. This is going to be an offensive renaissance, and I believe Jalen Hurts, because of the freedom that he finally just showed a little bit of compassion, kindness, and grace towards Nick Sirianni, I believe that God's grace will shine down on him.
So he was nice, and now he's good.
Yes, because he was showing no grace.
He was nice at the beginning of training camp, and then threw no interceptions in training camp.
How about this? Whether you believe it or not, and there are many people who will say you're nuts, and they'll
call you dope, which is what you said on your poll.
That will say I do believe in karma. I absolutely believe. I believe that the universe gives you back what you give. And I think that when you do good things for people, eventually things come back at you. It took Jalen Hurts a long time to offer any kind of grace to Nick Sirianni. And maybe the universe is going to show him a little grace comes back to him. I have no idea why it took so long, because from what I know of Jalen, he's a really good person. I have no idea why he was being such a J.O. to his head coach. But now it appears they've turned a corner.
That's why
it's coming off.
That's why I try to be nice to Connor every day, because of karma.
I swear to you, I always believe this. Everybody, we got a guy here who works at this radio station, Mike Missanelli.
Yes.
When I was a 22-year-old, wearing suits and in the business world and wanting to do this for a living, Mike Missanelli always was kind to me. He didn't know me from Adam. He didn't have to spend any time. Guys like other guys I met, Jody McDonald, guys like Howard Eskin, guys like them. They took time to be kind to me Angelo Cataldi, when they didn't have to be, when I was just like a freaking intern. And I always say to myself, remember those lessons because things like that come back to you in life.
Damn right, Johnny.
So remember, you two are kind people. Connor's a very kind person.
Yes.
He is a kind-hearted person. He's more kind-hearted than you are.
Yes, he is.
Now, you're a kind person.
I got a dark soul, Thomas.
Connor is the golden retriever that you pick up at the SPCA that is in a cage looking at you that will love you forever. He's that guy. I'm telling you right now, get on board because the lid's coming off, baby.
I'll just tell you, and I appreciate the kind words, Johnny.
I do believe
Love
that
you
of
for
you.
it.
Yeah. I'll tell you when
Karmically,
you're
the
stupid,
Phillies,
too.
The Phillies are a great karmic team. They just got their teeth kicked.
I don't think the Phillies are. I think the Phillies are a bunch of front runners. I think that
they might be nice. They might be nice people.
Roster. Oh no, they are nice people.
Yeah, how that work?
I think the roster is full of front runners.
Yeah, but they give a lot of grace to their manager and to
I think
each
they're
other.
full of guys.
I think they should be D-bags.
I think they are full of guys. That is a locker room that is overrun with guys.
I remember in 2022 when people didn't like the Phillies and then they got
They
to the
didn't like
World
them at all in
Series.
September.
Maybe we should get back to that.
When things are going well, that locker room and those players, it's one thing. When the pressure's on, not so much. Not so much.
All right, Andrew DiCecco joins us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. If you have any questions for Andrew, whether it's just an Eagles-related question or something about this matchup, Eagles-Browns on Sunday, feel free to text them in, call them in, 610-632-0975. He's going to be with us. He'll answer those questions throughout the entire 8 o'clock hour. Don't forget your next chance to win $1,000 right at 8 o'clock. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas and a whole lot more. A busy football Friday, 8 o'clock hour ahead. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Flyers start their...
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a football Friday. So, of course, today's headlines with Connor Thomas comes our way at 8:05. But a football Friday, 8 o'clock hour means an hour with Andrew DiCecco. Andrew, good morning. What's going on, man?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing great. Good to be back and good to be with you.
I hope you enjoyed your bye week. You were telling us about some of your travels that you did. Not too far, but it was good to. I'm glad that you got refreshed a little bit, even though I'm sure you still watched a lot of football this past weekend.
Oh, I know he did.
Yeah, of course he did.
I'm always locked in.
Well,
I
he's
can't get away
scouting,
from
man.
it.
He probably watched that Commanders-Browns game inside and out, and that's why the Eagles should beat up on Cleveland this weekend, or we're going to have problems.
Maybe he'll tell us something different.
All right. Well,
because sometimes Andrew, it's weird because we'll have we many times would have a pregame meal together on the home games, and I think I know going in exactly what I'm going to see, and then I have lunch with Andrew before the game, and I go, man, I really maybe don't know what.
So that could be
football.
So that could be fun, or that could be scary.
Yes, we're going to find out.
Depending on what Andrew says.
You don't know what he's bringing to the table, so just be hanging out with us all hour.
Real quick, before we get to headlines, Andrew, one of the things that we talked about at the very beginning of the show, way back in the 6 o'clock hour, was that I think this bye week came at the perfect time for a multitude of reasons. And I hate early buys. I'm more of a, John and I talked about it right around Halloween, maybe a first week or two in the November. Not too late, but not too early. But injury aside, I think this bye week came at the perfect time because I think this team was a mess and trending in a bad direction, and maybe a mental reset like we all need in life may have been a good thing for this football team. What's your thoughts on that?
I agree with you because the way the season started, Andrew, obviously in Brazil, then you have the Monday night game. Sometimes it's a lot too soon, and you have to take time to take a step back, process things, revamp, look at the offense, figure out what you're doing well, what you need to kind of scrap, and how your personnel is adapting to it, and you just have to use that and propel forward. And I think right now for the Eagles, this gives them that opportunity to kind of hit that reset button, and they have a pretty favorable slate of games, so I think that kind of sets up for them to get back on track.
Reset more important physically, mentally, strategically. I know it could be all the above, but what is the most important?
I would say mentally, just because of all the moving parts that they've had to navigate, John. I think this allows them to kind of reset, realize what they need to do better. From a coaching standpoint, how can you maybe coach around Jalen Hurts' turnovers and then get, kind of lock in? And, like we said, they had a really nice slate of games coming up, starting with the Cleveland Browns this Sunday.
So what we're going to do after headlines, I want to ask what are some of the things that they probably focused on the most. I know we played Nick Sirianni earlier today about scoring early and getting points on the board, and getting yards on the opening drive would be nice. So we'll ask Andrew those questions coming up in a little bit. Again, we're going to preview Eagles-Browns the entire hour with him. And if you have any questions for Andrew, feel free to text in or call in at 610-632-0975. But before we dive deeper into everything Eagles-related, it is 8:05. It is time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Right on time, baby. What's up, Connor?
Damn right. What's good, boys? All right, so we have start to a Flyer season tonight, which is awesome. We also have a preseason basketball game. And we got some interesting news out of the Sixers yesterday with one Joel Embiid. Now, Nick Nurse talked about why Joel Embiid is not going to be making the road trip with the team, and he called it a scheduled knee evaluation. Here's what the head coach had to say.
Well, he's not here. He's at a scheduled assessment of his knee that was always on the schedule, and we're still waiting for what's next.
So the question is, something or nothing?
I think nothing, but John, you can tell us what you texted us yesterday.
Well, he's had less. There were practices he did not participate in already during the preseason. I wonder what the hell's going on there. The knee better not be having any issues because of the stupid Olympics is all I'm going to say.
I know.
Because it is just, if this season ends up getting affected because of Captain America, I'm going to puke. I'm absolutely going to puke. I said it before and I'll say it again. If there's an injury situation and it all came because of the greatest showman, I'm not going to be a happy camper.
And look, you're totally fair in saying that. I believe, where are they at? They're in Iowa, Idaho.
They're going to Iowa, right?
Iowa.
Because he is the native son of Nick Nurse is loved in Iowa.
So, yes, I saw that story.
Because he brought the minor league basketball there with the D League, or was it D League?
Now G League. Now G League at the time, yeah. My guess is they're just not putting on a plane to Iowa for a preseason game. And that's why this scheduled knee assessment just happened to be scheduled during that trip. That's just my guess.
And my thing with the practices would be he's on a different schedule than everybody else because he played high-level basketball in the summer. So
that is not a bad theory.
He's not as necessary to
I hope
get
you're
charged.
right.
There was a report, by the way, from Tim Bontemps, who does a great job for ESPN, saying his absences shouldn't cause too much concern until the start of the regular season draws closer. Philadelphia is planning on slowly ramping up his activity level throughout training camp. That was reported on September 30th. So,
and that is
days
because of that was when it was discussed further by the Eagles. The Sixers insiders, because of the fact of exactly what Connor just said.
Yeah. So
I personally would have wished that instead we'd be ramping him up to get used to playing with Paul George and everything, so I don't get 25 games of, well, they got to get used to each other.
Right.
That's just me.
I got you. Something to watch, maybe not something to worry about yet.
Yeah,
correct.
But definitely a storyline. I may have beef with all three of you guys, including Andrew DiCecco.
DiCecco,
Well, let's hear it, man.
DiCecco
we were just talking about
DiCecco
good
would
karma,
knock you
good
out.
karma last
Yeah, what's
segment,
going on?
but
I'm not a happy man today because there was a very special event in Philadelphia last night that was visible to many.
Was it the white party, that restaurant that people do?
No,
I'm not a
Haley
white
and I
party
were
guy.
at Haley and I were at
that?
Wells Fargo.
Dinner Blanc?
Dinner on Blanc or
Dinner
whatever.
on Blanc.
Did you guys see the Northern Lights
Dumbest
last
thing
night?
in the world, by the way. But
I
go
did
on.
not.
No Northern Lights viewers in there?
No, I did not see
No.
that.
Okay, you guys are all off the hook because I was just kind of hanging out. There was nothing to do because the Phillies were off, so I was kind of just hanging out last night. And a lot of people went to social media to post the Northern Lights above Philadelphia. What a world we live in. And you know how many text messages I got, the big weather guy I am? No tweets, no text message, no Instagram message. So I need a favor from everybody. Can you tweet me when something crazy happens with the weather? You guys know how big of a weather guy I am.
So you would have enjoyed it.
I'll be
I
sure
would have
to.
loved it.
Is that considered weather?
Yes. It doesn't bother you guys that you missed that?
No.
Not remotely?
Not remotely.
I was working.
Yeah. Look,
No, and
maybe this
it
is
doesn't
crazy by
bother
me.
me.
I'll say this. In 20 years from now, I'm not going to go, man, remember that day we saw the purple sky? Nah.
No.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'll be more thinking about Rob Thompson's decisions in that NLDS.
I'll be thinking about Abbott Elementary season season 4, episode 1. Watch that last night.
Okay.
You did watch it. Was it off to a good start?
Yes.
Because last year was unfunny.
You know what? I thought last year was funny. I do have a little bit of beef.
Okay, well, I have no beef, just to be clear with you guys. If you guys didn't see it and didn't text me, that's fine. But anyone who didn't text me.
The Abbott Elementary, the redheaded teacher who's like from South Philly in the show. I don't know if she actually is in real life.
She's excellent, by the way.
She is. They overdid it in the first episode.
Okay.
Every line of hers is like,
Too much?
I know people. I did it. And it's like, all right, at some point.
A little much.
All right, jump the shark a little bit here.
All right, last thing here. We'll get back to a little bit of Eagles conversation.
So the question is, are the Eagles going to be back to what we expected them to be, or not back to? At. Because
where
they
we
haven't
expected.
been ever to what we've expected to.
Well, that's the major question of the day, and I don't know. Like, I have a little beef with Andrew. While we do have not DiCecco, Salciunas.
Hello.
Because Mr. Salciunas has been talking about style points, and yet when John brings up the 125 points in the next 4 games, you scoff at it, saying, "Well, this team needs to show me something." So you're demanding something, and then you're saying John's crazy for asking for something. So where are you?
John's not asking for it.
No,
John's
I'm saying
it's
it.
happening.
I'm not
Yeah,
asking
but you
for
said
it.
the word demand.
Yeah, I better see it. I don't expect to.
That's insane. That Andrew DiCecco, can you tell him how crazy it is?
I don't think that's crazy.
Andrew DiCecco,
Until
is it
I am
crazy?
proven differently, I am going to remain and say that the offense is playing under expectations. Jalen Hurts is not playing to this top 10 quarterback standard that we
I
expect.
think you're well within your rights, and you probably share a similar sentiment as a lot of folks in the Delaware Valley.
Yeah.
That kind of show me before I start to get fully invested.
Right, and look, I'll give them A.J. Brown's back, Devontae Smith back, Lane Johnson's back. But for everybody that said, oh, don't blame Jalen for the interception, well, almost interception last week and the fumble, and don't blame the Eagles' offense stalling out because they were missing all these guys. Well, they're back on Sunday. And so what's the excuse if it doesn't go well this Sunday?
it won't be patience.
Can't be.
I'm going to tell you this,
Can't
and
be.
I love my partner, but I will tell you that it's the number one thing that I hate about Philly sports fans.
Well,
Number one
talk to
thing
me.
about our fan base. The idea that I know everything that you've said is factual. Absolutely factual.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that this team has struggled, this team is whatever. I don't like the idea of, well, when I see it, I'll believe it. as far as I've seen enough of A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jalen Hurts, everything that they have done, even last year when people are saying complete disaster, and at the end of the year it was. There was enough data to show you that when these guys are together, you should believe.
But you're almost suggesting blind faith.
I'm suggesting blind faith based on what we've seen. When healthy, those guys are pretty amazing.
I've also seen Jalen Hurts potentially regress.
I have, and I've seen that's probably been around 20% of the data when I've seen those three guys together.
So, Andrew,
80% of it's been positive.
We'd love for you to answer that question that Connor just played. Great job, Connor, as always.
Thank you.
Week 6, Cleveland, Sunday. Do we start to see the team we expected to see, or is it more the same for the Eagles?
I think you're going to start to see the Eagles that we all envisioned them to look going into the season. And I also have to say that I know Kellen Moore has fallen under intense scrutiny over the past couple of weeks, probably unfairly. I think this week will be a very true test to see what he's able to do with a full gamut of weapons, Andrew. And I really do believe that the offense just looks and functions so much better, more efficiently with A.J. Brown in the mix. Devontae Smith probably will be ready for Sunday. So then you're going to see more motion. You're going to see more creativity, more innovation from the offense. I'm led to believe. And I also have to think that Jalen Hurts probably went back to the drawing board, saw where he was most vulnerable in terms of giving away the football. And he's going to kind of rectify that. And, I mean, if we're to take him at face value when he spoke a couple of days ago, I have to think that he will have that cleaned up.
Did you think – so Sirianni was asked about the lack of pre-snap motion on Wednesday, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday. And he said it's a game plan thing. Game plan based off of what he believes they should do against the opposition, or game plan based off of what they had at their disposal, which, again – if we're going to make an excuse, last week they were missing their two top wide receivers.
I don't think that's an excuse. I think it's a reason.
A reason. But
like,
what do you think?
Who are you putting in motion? Like, I mean, what do you...
Former first-round pick Jahan Dotson?
Exactly. There's a reason we're saying former first-round pick.
Well, he still was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
I don't like the former first-round pick. He still was.
Yeah, from just 3 years ago.
Right. But
right.
I think the popular thing, and again, this is unfair, and I've seen a lot of this, it's fair to point or you're seeing a lot of folks point the finger at Nick Sirianni and saying he must be meddling because the offense they're not showing a lot of motion. That's an assumption. Without information, that's irresponsible to say. I think for me, the more logical explanation for that, guys, would be that there's some newness there in terms of personnel with Jahan Dotson. Jalen hasn't had a lot of reps with him. And it's probably just a byproduct of the personnel that he didn't have at his disposal, and that's why there was some reluctance, perhaps, to kind of take that out of the game plan. The Eagles, going through 4 games, I believe ranked 19th in the NFL in motion, which is obviously extremely low for a Kellen Moore-led offense.
When you see, though, the all 22 or whatever of the last 4 games, is it Jalen Hurts not pulling the trigger with wide open receivers? And there are many opportunities where even my eyes saw opportunities.
Jahan Dotson has not done
No,
a great
I have not
job
seen him, but I think I've seen him open 3 times. Mm-hmm. I got to be honest. I think Dotson, like, I barely see him out there. I think the Commanders may have pulled one over on us.
I think the one play you think of that we all think of is the pick to Tyrann Mathieu.
Which was terrible.
Yes. But Dotson was open.
He was wide open.
And he looked at him.
But
could have gotten the first down, then went hero ball, touchdown, interception.
Is it do you see Jalen Hurts as a guy who maybe doesn't trust when to let the ball fly?
I think that's fair to say. I think we have enough of a sample size there to come to that conclusion, John. And to kind of add to that, I would also say that whenever there's a new option in the offense, it oftentimes takes Jalen some time to build that trust and continuity with that player. Oddly enough, it wasn't like that with Paris Campbell in the summer. He was targeting him pretty frequently in the spring and training camp as well. But for Jahan Dotson, for whatever reason, he seems a little hesitant to get him the football. Jahan Dotson also has to do his part in uncovering with a little bit more regularity. But I think Jalen has held the ball a little bit longer. So for Kellen Moore, the onus then falls on his shoulders to find ways to develop some better route concepts, find ways to get players in space, and alleviate some of the pressure from your quarterback.
All right, so what were some of the things, give me 2 or 3, both offense and defense, that you believe were focused on the most during this bye week? Nick Sirianni said this is our chance to get a lot of data, self-scout, get better for once the season resumes this Sunday against the Browns. 2 or 3 things, both offense and defense.
Offensively, I would say handling the blitz better, determining where pressure's coming from, because the Browns sent a lot of pressure with Jim Schwartz, oddly enough, because that wasn't his MO when he was here in Philadelphia, as we all remember. But defensively, I would say tackling and trying to find ways to maximize or accentuate your players that you have at your pass rush disposal. There has to be a way where you could try to scheme with Bryce Huff. You have now an extra week to do so. So I have to think, for any defense to be successful, you have to have some sort of a pass rush. It does not matter how good your secondary is. So I think that those were probably two key talking points throughout the bye week. If you have to be able to tackle, they're playing off coverage, so you're allowing players to get in space and create yards after the catch. And in doing so, you have to come up and make the play, or they become explosive plays.
Can you make a player that doesn't tackle well by the time they've gotten to the NFL? Can you teach them to tackle?
I mean, that's something that, seemingly they would have been doing their whole life.
But they've gotten to the NFL, and that's not one of their top skill sets.
Right.
Can you teach them? Can Vic Fangio all of a sudden make a guy smarter, tougher, tackling
there's certain
techniques?
There's certain drills. There's certain coaching points. You could say angles, seeing what you're hitting. It sounds simple enough, but getting back to the fundamentals sometimes, when you've been doing it for so long, you tend to get away from some of the things that got you there. And I believe that's something that they probably have been drilling throughout the week.
Now, Andrew, before we get into like the X's and O's, which I know we're going to talk about with Cleveland, style points. Is that something you're looking for on Sunday, or is it just go out and win a football game?
I think if you're the Eagles, you just have to go out and win the game. You can't compare what the Commanders did to the same opposition. You have to go out there and win the football game. Now, you want the offense to look a lot better, Connor. It has to look a lot better, but I wouldn't get too wrapped up in style points. You win the game, you move on. You have your roster's at full strength, and you kind of have a favorable slate of games upcoming.
Okay, because I'm a style point guy. Now, look, if I'm in the locker room, I just want to win. But if I'm a talking head, which we are, you start going, man, they're still not playing a good brand of football.
But, do you need to see, 300 yards passing from Jalen,
no,
3 touchdowns?
Look, again, because I think people thought I was saying that last week against the Bucs when I needed him to win a football game without his best weapons so that the talking point of anyone could play well in this offense. Because we've heard that, right? Any quarterback could play well in the Eagles' offense. I want Jalen Hurts to put that to bed by playing well without A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. I didn't ask for 400 yards. I asked for a clean game. Don't turn the football over, which he did.
Right.
Hit the receivers when they're there, which he didn't, right? I just need to see a performance where I go, all right, that's more like the offense. I still believe that they should run first.
So do I.
I think that's what this team is built, and I think that might help Jalen Hurts out in the long run.
Now, there are certain boxes I'm going to be looking for them to check off. Getting off to faster starts, handling the blitz better, being able to protect the football and not turn it over. Certain things that have been, blemishes to the Eagles through the first 4 weeks, you want to see them clean that up. But style points for me, that's not something that I really take into account.
Okay.
If they play well, I guess the style points come. Right? I mean, if they
eventually, you get that positive momentum going, and you clean up some of those errors. Eventually, that should parlay into success.
All right, so coming up next, we'll focus a little bit more on the Eagles and the Browns. If you have a point you want to make or a question for Andrew, feel free to text in or call in 610-632-0975. A nice Eagles-Browns preview coming your way next. Man, they better look good is all I'll say. Despite the win, they better look good.
Look at the demands. I got you.
Demand ran. All right. It's Kincade Salciunas on this Football Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles look to get right.
On Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Eagles Browns Sunday. It is weird. I feel like people aren't ready.
I think after a bye week, it's always that way.
Well, also the Phillies season
the letdown
ending.
of the Phillies season.
If the Phillies won, right, today would be ridiculous. We'd be getting ready for Game 5 and Eagles Browns. If the Eagles won the series in 3 or 4, I think people will be fired up for the Eagles and the NLCS. But because the Phillies lost and because it's a bye week, I think people don't know where to be right now.
I think that's fair. I think that's fair. We'd be gearing up for Game 5. It's weird. We're in that weird holding period.
Right.
Where you're waiting for the Eagles game. You're still trying to grieve from the Phillies loss. So I get it. I understand.
The Phillies could be the Eagles' worst enemy. If the Eagles don't look good on Sunday, they're going to get killed because of people are already on edge.
No, because of their first 4 weeks, they'll get crushed.
Yes, but also the on edge from the Phillies.
I gotcha.
If the Eagles win and look good, the Eagles could be everybody's savior.
I'm telling you right now.
They can play the hero here.
They could.
I think they're up for the challenge.
All right, so let's focus on the game a little bit here, Andrew. So it's Eagles-Browns. The Browns stink. The Eagles have not played great, but they are a better football team. So give us some of your astute analysis heading into this game.
Well, I really think that you should not overlook the Browns' defense. Now, they are a little bit banged up in their secondary.
Yeah, Myles Garrett has 6 spare parts on him at this point?
Yeah, he still doesn't look like the same player from last year. He's working back from, I believe it was an Achilles injury. Greg Newsome is their nickel corner who may be forced to play outside of Denzel Ward, their other corner, who should see a lot of A.J. Brown if he is active. And Grant Delpit, their safety, he's a really good safety. And if you think about it, Jalen Hurts' interceptions have come courtesy Jesse Bates and Xavier McKinney in Week 1 against the Packers. So if Grant Delpit can't play and he's recovering from a concussion, that leaves him a little bit banged up and susceptible on the back end. So that should be able to favor the Eagles in the passing game. And then I think what you need to be mindful of is Jim Schwartz and his ability to send a lot of pressure up the middle, which I think he's going to continue to test. I think teams are going to continue to test Mekhi Becton and Cam Jurgens. And anytime you have someone like Myles Garrett there, you have to account for him at all times. Jalen Hurts is going to have to know where the pressure is coming from and have that spatial awareness. Protect the football, know where bodies are, and don't put the ball in harm's way. So those are just some of the key storylines that I'm keeping an eye on going into this week. But I think defensively for the Eagles, that this should be a spot where the edge rushers really pin their ears back and get after Deshaun Watson. He's not playing with a ton of confidence right now. He's averaging 170 yards passing a game. Can't do anything offensively. This should be a spot where Bryce Huff comes alive a little bit. Josh Sweat and Brandon Graham continue to get after the quarterback. And if it doesn't happen this week, I'm not sure it's going to happen. But I believe that Jalen Carter should also have another monster game, kind of similar to the Saints game, because the Cleveland Browns are really, really, really banged up on the offensive line.
Cleveland's offense has really struggled. So can't the Eagles' offense help the Eagles' defense by limiting their possessions, which makes them all the more desperate that they got to do big things when they got their hands on the ball? Or is that too simplistic going into this matchup?
Complementary football.
That's absolutely.
That's what every team strives for, John.
Yes.
But I think
it's a big Kyle Shanahan word, so I try not to use it.
But I believe
that's his whole mantra.
But I believe going into the season, many expected the Eagles offense to be the unit that carries the team and propels them forward. And I think right now, coming out of the bye week, you have a team that's operating at full strength now. Lane Johnson's going to be back, et cetera. This is where the Eagles need to be able to really generate some momentum offensively, keep your defense off the field as much as you can, and limit their exposure. But I still think that this matchup in particular should be able to spark some confidence into Vic Fangio's bunch, and they should be able to get after Deshaun Watson. Maybe this is the week that Quinyon Mitchell comes up with his first interception of his career.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Now, I want to go to a call here because it's something that I've been highlighting a lot, John. You know that very well.
Yes, you have been.
The number is 7. 7 total yards combined through the 4 opening drives for the Eagles. 7 total yards. That's horrible. And you're supposed to have those 15 plays scripted. I want to get your analysis on to what the hell is happening, Andrew. But first, let's have Chris and Dallas talk about it. What's up, Chris?
Hi, good morning. You hit exactly it. Do you guys remember during the early Andy Reid days, or just Andy Reid days in general, when they would come out no huddled and scripted, and you'd be like, "Wow, I've never seen that play before," and it would just set the tone for the entire game. When it comes to this Browns game, I need to see some type of scheme, and I need to see that this coach has some level of offensive competence to know that talent alone should be able to beat this Browns team. But I could see a situation where we end up beating the Browns, and I still walk away upset from this game, just knowing that we just rose talent, and there was no scheme that allowed this team to actually succeed. Especially, I think we're going to need to find out everything we need to know within that first offensive drive. There's no easier time to show that you've prepped and that you've actually prepared for the game than in that first drive.
And Chris, we appreciate the call. And to his point, when he said the Andy Reid days, I don't even have to go to the Andy Reid days about the opening drives. I can go back 2 years ago, and I have it in front of me from Sharp Football Analysis. In 2022, the Eagles, after both teams had their opening drives, they averaged a lead of 4.8 points. So that means they scored a touchdown, may have given up a field goal, or they got a field goal, didn't give up anything. Bottom line is they scored points, it seemed like, every single opening drive just 2 years ago. I don't need to go back to Andy Reid. I can go back to the Philadelphia Eagles with Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni. What the hell's been the problem so far this year, in your opinion, through the first 4 weeks?
The lack of balance. When Saquon Barkley gets off to a roaring start and you go away from him and you try to force feed the football to receiving options that really aren't separating with regularity, I think that's problematic in of itself. But for me, I think that Kellen Moore still needs to do a better job of scheming players open. You have a player in Jahan Dotson who his primary skill set, or his calling card, I should say, is being able to operate in space. So when you're not getting the football in his hands in space and allowing him to create yards after the catch, I think that that's a detriment to the player. They're instead making him run routes down the field. He's not creating space or separation between him and the defensive back. So you're not helping, you're not accentuating your personnel, and I think that ultimately things started to snowball in that way. But when Saquon Barkley gets going, you have to continue to ride the hot hand, I think. Let your quarterback settle into the game. Get some short completions over the middle to your safety valve in Dallas Goedert. It sounds simple enough, but the Eagles have gotten away from a pretty successful remedy of success.
There's a name that I heard you bring up on Birds Insider, and then I was reading more about it this morning. Sidney Brown. It, to me, is an intriguing name, and there's some intriguing things being said about how he could be used. What have you seen? What do you think? And what can we expect?
Yeah, great question. Sidney Brown has looked ready. Just watching him during training camp, working on a side field, he's moved really well. He's done some. You can see the pivoting when he's running, so that's always one of the things you're keeping an eye on coming off the ACL. And I'm sure as Sidney said it yesterday, if it were up to him, he would have been back in 6 months. So he had to kind of go, protect him. He needed folks to protect him from himself. But this is a player who attacked the rehab process with such a positive attitude. I remember talking to him in January coming off the injury, and he said, whatever the timeline was, I'm going to beat it. This is nothing. I'm going to come back stronger and better. And he approached it that way, and he attacked the process, and he's ready now. And if you're Vic Fangio and you don't have a ton of optionality in terms of your personnel, it kind of is what it is. You have to leave no stone unturned. You're getting a player who is going to create a spark on the defense. He's very physical. He's good at attacking the line of scrimmage and against the run. I think he's sort of in the mold of a throwback player, so he should be able to endear himself to Vic. Now it becomes getting those reps, because you can get all the mental reps you want. And he used to stand 20 yards back behind the secondary in training camp and get those mental reps and go through the motions. But now you have to learn and immerse yourself in the defense. So I think you're going to see him involved a little bit, but not to the extent that we probably are going to see in the next few weeks, where he's probably more well-versed in the defense.
Yeah, because you can speak to this more than I can. I like him a lot. I think he's athletic, which is something that, like, when he had that pick six last year toward the end of the season, when nothing was
New Year's
going,
Eve.
Yeah, nothing was going well for the Eagles. Like, it was nice to see an athletic play by a player on the Eagles defense. But the guy takes horrible angles at trying to make tackles. And that's been my biggest problem with him. And he's young. I imagine he gets better at that. How long does that take for us to see it in game when, to your point, he's only been doing mental reps right now?
I think it is going to take some time. But I think his skill set, his ability to be an extra defender around the line of scrimmage, that doesn't take a whole lot of acclimation. So you could probably see him take on a handful of snaps But for anyone expecting him to overtake Reed Blankenship or C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that's not a fair expectation for Sidney. He has to, immerse himself in that defense first and foremost, and I think that could happen as early as Sunday.
I'm already looking at the rest of the division. I'm interested to see your thoughts on the Commanders, how legit they could be, and I am rooting heavily for the Motor City Kitties on Sunday to give the Cowboys another loss to get them down to 3-3. What do you believe about both those teams from what you've seen through the first 5 weeks?
Yeah, I think the Commanders are for real, John. I think that Jaden Daniels has sort of met the moment, and he's sort of for a young quarterback, you don't often see them. C.J. Stroud would be one of the rare examples of a quarterback who's able to take on that challenge and propel the offense forward and not really endure a lot of adversity or growing pains. And you have Terry McLaurin, who's a veteran wide receiver. Zach Ertz is a great security blanket for a young quarterback. And I really like the pieces that they've added on defense. This is a pretty well-rounded team, and Dan Quinn seems to have them ready to play every week. So I think there's something to be said for that. I think that is something that should be able to endure, and it's not something that I view as a smoke and mirrors type of team.
All right, so coming up next, we'll get some of your final thoughts on this Sunday's game. If you have any questions for Andrew, text them in at 610-632-0975. But I do want to ask you something about the defense. We talked about Sidney Brown and his involvement and what could be this Sunday. What other changes could we see? There was a report from, I believe it was Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, that there's going to be changes after just 4 weeks. What could those be? We'll ask Andrew that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider update on 97.5.
chuckling because John's going out to the outlets today.
Oh, Philadelphia Premium Outlets.
And you're saying there's a rally house there.
There is a rally house there, and I got some rally house gift cards.
Well, I was about to say something, and I was about to make a joke of it, but the sad thing is it's not just a joke, it's reality.
What's that?
So I was going to make the joke of, well, now that the Phillies are done, you got to go buy something else now. You got to go buy something the Eagles or Flyers or Sixers. Michkov season begins tonight.
Oh, it's coming, baby.
But, dude, this is reality. So after Game 4,
right?
The Phillies lost to the Mets. I was packing up Cooper's lunchbox for the next day because sometimes I don't want to do it at 4 o'clock in the morning. Most times I do, but sometimes I don't want to. And we're out of the yogurt pouches. He's a big yogurt pouch guy. He loves them, right? So Christy goes, "You got to drive to Target for me." I'm like, darn, because it's 8, at 9 o'clock at that point. I'm like, all right, fine. So I go to the Target and I get the yogurt pouches. I'm getting in line. There was a dude buying 2 Eagles shirts. He was still in his Phillies division winner shirt.
And he was buying 2. Well, he bought the division winner shirt.
And now he's buying 2 Eagles shirts. I literally saw this. This is an hour, not even, after the final out when the Phillies season came to an end. This poor soul went to Target and bought an Eagles shirt. That's sad, man.
I'll bleep. Here we go again.
Well, no, that's exactly what it is. And then before you know it, he'll be buying a Sixers or a Flyers shirt when the Eagles season hopefully ends in a Super Bowl.
Get on tonight, baby. Get on board tonight. You're going to love it.
Yes, absolutely. All right, here's what we're talking about today. Connor, have some texts ready. And there's a tweet that I need to read to you. So the questions that we have for you today are the Eagles going to look like the team we expected them to be starting Sunday, post-bye week, because I do believe the bye week came at a perfect time, not just for health, but also for a mental reset, which this team, I think, desperately needed. And then our other, or are they more the same, which is that 2-2. You could make the case they'd be 3-1. You could make the case that they'd be 1-3. We don't all feel good about the Eagles through 4 weeks. I think we're all on the same page there. So do the Eagles look more the same, or are they the team we expect them to be, or expected them to be Sunday against the Browns? And then our Phillies question, now that we're kind of less emotional, now that it's 2 days removed, what should the Phillies do about Rob Thompson? So I got a tweet.
And we all, by the way, were unanimous that none of us would move on from.
Correct. I got a tweet from Chris. Well, Chris responded to our station's question about this topic. And Chris responded with, he doesn't win bleep-ola, his players do. And he's saying he wants him fired, right? So I just chimed in on my own personal account saying, well, let me ask you this. If he doesn't win bleep-ola, does he lose bleep-ola? Or do the players do? And Chris goes, no, it's Rob's fault when they lose.
What?
And it's like, well, hold on a second. You can't say in one breath that he does nothing for his team to win, but he's the reason why they lose. And that's the one thing I want to be careful about. We can have a legitimate conversation. If you don't think he's a good strategist, as you say,
he's terrible.
Or if you think he doesn't have a good feel when the moment's bigger, maybe he's great for 162 games, but when it's time to kick it up a notch, maybe he's not a great manager there. You want to make that case, fine. Let's have a legitimate conversation on that. But don't come to me and say he's the reason why they lose, but he gets no credit for why they win.
Can't happen. Can't happen.
We can't do that.
Like, I literally wrote a piece after game 1. You can't blame Rob Thompson for a game 1 loss.
Right.
Next 3 games, I had a laundry list.
It's like what Tyrone used to say about Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers never won a game in this town.
He never coached a win.
They won games, but he lost them games. And do I think he's a good playoff coach? No, I do not. But that team at one point was a 1 seed the year that they choked away that playoff series with the Hawks. And, he is part of to blame. But he never got credit for any wins, but he got blamed for all the losses. We can't fall into that trap with every coach and every manager. Sometimes you win in spite of the coach. Sometimes you lose and they had nothing to do with it. Like your point, game 1.
Correct.
So what do we...
It's the discussion of Rob Thompson has descended into, to me, madness as far as, because more importantly, I am absolutely not getting rid of a manager that has done what he's done. I'm not. because he's put them in position to be there. I think it's more about what was he going to do? Get the $325 million shortstop to stop swinging at garbage pitches?
Right.
Is that his job?
That's
No.
not his fault.
No,
Yeah.
is that it? I don't know what you want to do. Kyle Schwarber did nothing after his second at bat in the NLDS. Did nothing.
He walked a
and
few
struck out constantly. JT Real Muto. Bulletproof from critique. Awful. Atrocious. The worst at bats, arguably, in the series. Thank God he got hit a few times. That's not Rob Thompson.
No.
It's not on Rob Thompson.
All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor? And then I want to get into a discussion about Fandom, something I knew we'd talk about today after we had 2 calls yesterday that I made note of. What do we got?
Uncle Lowell checks in on Rob Thompson,
What's up,
says, remember with Charlie Manuel, they thought he was a great clubhouse guy, but not a good enough manager, so they hired a great staff with him. They need to do the same with Topper.
Okay, well, they think they have that. I mean, Kevin Long.
They don't at hitting coach.
Your opinion. Kevin Long is a guy that is celebrated all across
My
Major League
opinion is
Baseball.
based on factual evidence that has shown itself. The last 3 years, this team has lost because of the same reason.
And
I don't care about the regular season. I can do that with the Sixers. Well, the Sixers won 54.
But that's basketball. I mean, this is double the length, and they were a top 5 offense in baseball.
And that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Unfortunately, when you get to the postseason, like 2/3 of the teams that you rack up statistics on aren't there.
Okay, but they were winning in the regular season against great teams as well. Like, they were good in the regular season offensively against good teams and bad teams. So how does Kevin Long
I've seen 3 Octobers where this team has no clue, where opponents literally say they don't have to throw them strikes to get them out.
Okay, so is that on Kevin Long or is that on the players?
Yes, it's on the whatever. You got 162 days. You got 162 games to work on that. And I will not take the explanation of, well, that's just who they are. Because if they are, then that's nuts that you have so many guys that have the same dumb approach at the plate.
Yeah, I just think it's crazy to see a top 5 offense and then 4 games change your entire opinion on the hitting
my opinion on Trey Turner hadn't changed.
Well, no, I'm talking about the hitting coach. The Trey Turner thing.
No, the hitting coach hasn't changed either. I said I was complaining about it all year long. I think this team has not learned its lessons.
Okay. What else we got on the text line, Connor?
All right. We also have a check-in here from Ben in Bucks County talking about our Eagles topic, saying, remember, the Eagles defense makes average quarterbacks look like Hall of Famers. Deshaun Watson is below average, but maybe I think he could look like a Hall of Famer versus his team, as much as I hate to say that, because I don't think this defense is very good, and I don't think this defensive scheme works well.
If the Eagles lose on Sunday, it has nothing to I'll put it out there.
It has nothing to do with what?
It has nothing to do with Deshaun Watson. If the Eagles lose on Sunday, it's because the offense was just not good, and you kept the Browns in the game. Like I can't see.
What if Deshaun Watson plays like he hasn't played in?
That's the thing. I don't think that ever happens again. I think he's cooked, right? Like
I think he's cooked, but what if? I mean, it's a what if scenario.
Yeah, I just like when the texter says I could see this team letting him be a Hall of Famer on Sunday. I get it. I get where we come from with that. I just don't see Deshaun Watson ever doing that. Like if they lose, it's a 13-10 game, or it's 17-13 if the Eagles lose on Sunday, which I don't think they do, by the way.
That'd be bad.
That would be
bad for the
really
over
bad.
bettors.
All right, I want to ask this question about Fandom, and it's football season, so I would like to spend like a lot more time on this because I think it's an interesting discussion. But obviously it's football season. Eagles Browns. We're focusing a lot more on that. But yesterday we had 2 callers, John.
Okay.
One was T Love, and one was Jordan, the NJ betting guru. And I made note of these, and I wanted to talk about them at some point today. So T Love, if you remember, said that we ruined his excitement coming into the Eagles season with the things that we talked about.
Even though he thought we weren't talking ish.
Right.
He respected what we were saying.
He just wanted more.
He didn't want to hear it.
Excitement.
Yep.
And I'm not going to fake excitement for you. That's just not who I am. And he did say on the call yesterday, even though you guys have been right with how this season has started, it still killed my vibe coming into this season. He has every right to say that. But we, of course, have every right to speak our piece, our mind, our opinion.
We aren't paid to be the Phillies, Eagles, Sixers post-game love fest.
No, we're not.
And there are a lot of media members who sign up for that.
Right.
They sign up to be pom-pom shakers.
Yes, they do.
Because I think they believe in Curry's favor.
And then our man NJ betting guru, Jordan, he is a gambling man. Like, that's his living, okay? He literally said, I said all season long they were going to be an early, and he did. That, like, he's not saying revisionist history. He all season long thought the Phillies were going to be an early out in the playoffs. But then when we got to the playoffs, he talked himself into them winning.
So you don't get to go back and say, see, I was right.
I got you. But I'll just say this.
You got to say I was wrong.
You should do that as a fan. You should talk yourself into them winning. Well, no, hold on. I'll be honest with you. As awful as I felt watching that game unfold on Wednesday, you mean to tell me there wasn't a part of you that when Kyle Schwarber stepped up to bat with 2 on and Edwin Diaz all over the place, there wasn't a little bit in your mind going, he could make one mistake?
I thought absolutely that was there. Right. I was all in.
Even though everything told me, oh, he's going to make the final out. I'm going to feel pain in a few minutes here. But there was still that glimmer of hope.
I thought he was going to get a hit and then Turner was going to make the final.
Okay.
In my head, I'm saying this is how it plays out.
But, like, nobody should hate themselves for having that feeling that your brain tells you one thing, but your heart tells you the other.
You're
That's
supposed to
fandom.
I don't understand the people who like seasons. There were people that were seasons over after game 3.
Right.
And it's like, I'm out. I'm done. When you know they would be the first people knocking you over to get back on the bandwagon if there was a game 5 today with Zach Wheeler.
Right.
That's the fan I got a problem with. I got no problem with the fan either who, despite all the gloom and doom, in that 9th inning when the first 2 guys walked, thought, wow, I didn't think we'd get Cody Clemens up there swinging and have one of the worst at-bats of the postseason, but that's what we got.
Yeah.
That's what we got.
I did think Brandon Marsh would swing out of the zone.
At least Cody
because
Clemens,
he doesn't have a smart baseball brain.
At least
Connor.
Cody, well, here's the difference. They threw Cody Clemens strikes.
Yeah, Brandon Marsh swung at a pitch
Brandon
outside
Marsh
his
swung
zone.
at garbage, which is the Brandon Marsh playbook.
But there was still that glimmer of hope. When Kyle Schwarber walks up, you're going, oh, my God, could you imagine one swing of the bat? We got a tie. And then they lose in the bottom of the 9th. Like, that would have – it's a lock that they would have lost in the bottom of the 9th, but whatever. It's just –
I got you.
I think sometimes fans need – and I'm never going to tell anybody how to fan, but, like, maybe find a middle ground. Because T-Love is upset with us – or was upset with us for killing his excitement for a football season. Well, we weren't making stuff up.
No.
We were talking about the legit stuff that was going on, the beef between Hurts and Sirianni, the downfall of last year. Could that carry over into this season? The concerns with the pass rush, right? Like, that was not something that we started talking about in week 2.
Well,
that was something we talked about during training camp.
Here's when we got Easy Weather. By the way, he really does some good stuff. Easy Weather has some easyweather.com. He's one of our followers.
Okay.
He is like, here they go again. They'll never learn. They didn't want to see the issues the Phillies had before the postseason, and it cost them. And now they'll see the same issues with the Eagles that will do them in. They just never learn. And Easy Weather will be the first person that if there was a game 5 today, he isn't tweeting that. But he's keeping it in the holster. And he's saying, and if they had won game 5 or they win the series and go on to the next series, he'd save that tweet for the NLCS. There's fans who just want to be right.
Right.
And they literally will go, yeah, but I saw all this good, but I just want to be right about what it is finally. I think that's the worst way to fan. Because to me, you're just like you're not smarter than the room. I promise you, Easy Weather, you're not smarter than the room. You're not like it's that we all have opinions, and honestly, there are many, many times where people who are around the team have a much more informed opinion than you do. Not always with me, and I say that. That's why I say I was in that clubhouse 10 times this year. I'm not putting myself as some big insider.
Right.
But sometimes I'll have information or otherwise that makes me believe a little bit more. I thought they were beating the Mets. Why did I think they were beating the Mets? I thought the Mets were going to be out of gas.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to be out of emotional gas.
Well, and they won game one, which is why I said the winner of game one would win the series because they continued feeling comfortable within themselves. Connor, I'd like your thoughts on this because you are more of a positive person. I think there has to be somewhat of a middle ground because there are people that also go overboard on the reverse side, which is, like Jalen Hurts can do no wrong, right? He's the greatest quarterback in the history of the world, and the guy throws turnovers every single week. So should there be a middle ground, or should people just do whatever they want to do?
Yeah, absolutely not. There should not be a middle ground. There should be emotional swings. There should be this team is done. This team is great. They can do no wrong. They do everything wrong. Because that's what it is. You know that old expression that coaches talk about of never getting too high or never getting too low? The reason that is such a big conversation in locker rooms and with teams and from coaching staffs is because it's the natural response to sport by a human being. And guess what, folks? You're not stepping on the field for the Eagles this weekend. You weren't on the field for the Phillies in the NLDS. You can get too high and you can get too low. That's the fun of fandom. You can allow yourself to feel things, and that allows those swings. Now, taking it too far sometimes, you have to have a little bit of brains in it to know, okay, I'm overly emotionally reacting to this, and this is a step in the wrong direction, but that's what fandom is. Now, my heart is naturally a positive place, and there will be times where it takes me to more positive than my brain should let me be, but I think that's part of the outside perspective, and you should allow yourself to have those mood swings. You should allow yourself to care about this team enough.
But then I'll ask this. Go ahead.
Well, is that when your positivity, though, is that, and where I will take issue from time to time, we talk about it on the air, with Connor's positivity meter. The Mets. All year long, I watched the Mets and said, Mets are playing great ball. Mm-hmm. Mets are a really good team. Mets do things this team doesn't do. There's a segment of the fan base very much like Connor. They're the Mets. Don't worry about the Mets. The Mets. The Mets were a unique bunch this year, and they weren't your typical Mets.
Yeah, but
I think there's a difference between that they're the Mets. I saw the Mets train coming.
Okay,
and then thought the Phillies would sneak by them.
That's not the fan's job. That's not what you're a fan to do. It should be screw the Mets. It should be screw
the Mets. I was right there with you.
Well, it should be this team stinks and we're better than you. Go out and get it. We're going to win this series. Here's the thing. From the fandom perspective, sports should not be science. There isn't a right and wrong. Sports is art. There's so much in it that you can't put a finger on of exactly what it is. And the goal shouldn't be to be right or wrong. It should be to get as much emotion and enjoyment out of it as you can.
You can get a lot of enjoyment by not being blind. Well, everybody has different levels of, I have to look at it in my mind. I've got to look at it objectively because of how I'm wired. And all along, I saw the Mets. I said, this isn't the Mets. People can mock the Mets all they want. That is a really, really good baseball team. And they were playing considerably better baseball. They were sick. The day of the last game in London, they woke up that morning 17.5 behind the Phillies.
Right.
And then they kicked the Phillies' asses from that point on. And literally were such a better baseball team. And the only reason that I was so confident to pick the Phillies in the series is because I thought they had so much taken out of them.
Yeah, and in your seat in there, that's a good way to be. That's a valuable thing.
I would have that if I wasn't a host.
But for a listener, again, let's focus on, and he loves calling back in, which is great. He was upset with what we were saying before the season started about the Eagles. I get it. You're excited for the season. You don't want to hear certain things, but I don't think you should react so negatively to somebody saying, hey, the pass rush might not be good this year.
Listen, no. I don't think so either, but fandom is about emotional response. And if some people are more emotional that bothers them, that's part of why they enjoy this, because they want to love this team and they want to hear good things about it. And that doesn't make, again, it's not science.
But if you don't hear great things all the time, I don't think anybody should get as upset as some people do.
More importantly, I don't and it's very much, and we do not talk politics on the show, but it's very much why I don't do the politics thing. Because your opinion on politics, Connor's opinion, anybody's, is not going to influence mine.
Right.
My sports opinion, same thing. I'll hear other people's opinion, but it's very rarely that they're going to go, man, I'm changing my sports opinion because of something I heard. Everybody, people try to tell me what fandom is. Fandom is person to person. It doesn't mean you're a blind loyalist.
Right.
To me. It doesn't mean blind look. You don't have to be a blind.
But it will be for other people.
Right, and but to me, I have to have some semblance of reality in every discussion that I have.
All right, so let's continue this coming up next. It's just
except Port Charles.
It's an open-ended kind of discussion.
Yes.
We have time to get some of your calls and texts coming up next. We also have to do our pick segment.
I'm ready.
As it is a Football Friday, and I believe
You're in first.
I have the tee box following my 4-0 weekend.
It's a tight race. Yeah. We're like everybody. Connor's pulled back in too. It's amazing.
You pulled back in. Good job. All right, you can climb in 610-632-0975.
I think you pull back in.
Kincade Salciunas 97.5.
roll there. I was hiccuping.
Yes.
It's a little delay.
I'm glad,
I'm getting
glad
new
that
NFL music ready for our pick segment.
glad that you're done hiccuping. Cooper had the hiccups yesterday. I gave him a glass of water.
They used to scare me when I was a kid.
The hiccups?
Yeah, I used to think I was choking.
Why?
They scared me when I was a kid. I didn't like hiccups.
Why?
I don't know why. I just didn't like hiccups.
Could you breathe?
I don't know.
Then why were you scared?
I didn't like hiccups. That was the thing. I did not like the hiccups.
I don't think I've ever heard that in my life.
My freaking 20-year-old daughter, who I adore, she's awesome. She's home this weekend. Won't go to Bates Motel with me. I'm like, come on. We live 7 miles from Bates Motel. I'm like,
What, she doesn't like the haunted houses?
she won't go to the haunted house.
That's fine.
By the way, really?
Some people don't like it, John.
Bates Hotel is real. By the way, it's real. Like, it's scary.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun. The haunted. She won't even do the haunted hayride where they're like, Jason's coming out of the woods and.
Yeah, people don't like being scared. It's
Like,
fine.
oh my gosh.
By the way, the
I need to adopt a kid.
the fear of hiccups, the
Yeah?
phobia
Is
word.
there a phobia?
Dude, I think this word has 20 letters in it.
Really? Say it. Say it, coward.
Myo clunas diagraphomophobia.
Myotunis.
All right, I'm going to spell it. M-Y-O.
Myo.
C-L-U.
Clue.
N-U.
Clunu.
S-D.
Okay, that's really hard to say.
I-A-G. That's 13 letters.
That's okay.
P-H is
All right.
15. R-A-G-M-A is 20 letters. Phobia adds 26 letters long. That's the whole alphabet.
And going back to my Latin, diaphragm is in there. Diaphragm is in that word, so it must be the fear of that you're choking.
What
Yeah, myoclonus
ass?
diaphragmophobia.
What ass makes a 26-letter long word?
Doctors, baby, people who did better in school than we did.
And that's why their asses. All right.
They're listening right now. Tell
I
them
appreciate
thank you
it.
for listening.
Thank you, but I don't thank you for making a
There you go.
26-letter word.
How about making picks? Can you do those? Are you better at them than that?
Let's try it. Give me some football music. All right.
You got the T-box, too.
Yes, I do. After my 4-0 week, do we have the records?
12-8.
I'm 12-8.
I'm 11-9. 1 game back. Connor is 3 games back. 9-11.
All right.
He has dug himself out of a hole.
Let's hope that we all.
I'm about to dig myself back into one.
We all do want to do well. Like I want.
Yeah,
you
we
to
do,
well, 'cause
exactly.
Unlike Haley, I want my friends to make money.
Now, Haley wants us to all crash and burn.
All right, I got 3 games and a prop.
Okay.
Last week, I think I did 2 and 2, 2 games, 2 props. I'm going 3 games and a prop for this weekend. I like the Bengals this weekend, which I know is a scary thing to decide to bet on. But the Bengals played very well offensively against the Baltimore Ravens last week. I think the offense is kind of woken back up. The question is, can that defense play well? And I think they can this weekend against the New York Giants. So I like the Bengals to cover the 3.5. Bills, 2.5-point favorites in New York against the Jets. So not a far travel for them. I don't think the Saleh firing will be the spark the Jets need. So I like the Bills.
Minus what?
Minus 2.5.
Okay.
The Jets defense, which is supposed to be really good, when they've faced 2 legitimate offense, they've given up points.
All right.
So I like the Bills cover the 2.5 and the Bucks 3.5 in New Orleans. The Saints are going with Spencer Rattler as the quarterback, number 1. And number 2, remember, we talked to a couple of people about the storms and could that have affected them mentally. They looked fine against the Eagles.
Yeah, it's because it was the Eagles.
And Connor told us when they escorted Tampa to go to New Orleans. So
Evacuated.
Evacuated. They've been in New Orleans. So, like,
yeah, they're in there.
It's not like they're traveling today. They've been there.
And they're the favorites, right? 3.5?
Yep, 3.5-point favorites. So I got Bengals 3.5, Bucks 3.5, Bills 2.5, and I'm going to ride with it again. Gibbs over rushing yards, 57.5. It's still low in my eyes. And they're facing the Cowboys, who are the 3rd worst rushing defense in the NFL. And Micah Parsons is out.
What's
so
that number
Jahmyr
again?
Gibbs,
Over
57.5 rushing yards.
Okay, 57.5.
And those are my 4 picks.
All right, I'm second in the box, and I got ripped by one of our emailers, Tom, who said, John, you've been hitting all year long. I've been betting your prop bets. Why did you all of a sudden last week go to picking lines? Give me winning props. Here's 4. Saquon Barkley over 82.5 rushing yards this weekend for the Eagles. Love it. David Montgomery, over 60.5 rushing yards.
Oh, you got it at 16, and mine's down to 54.5.
60.5, I had it at.
Wow.
So what is yours at?
54.5.
Well, I got to use mine, so I can't get. You'll give me the 54.5?
Yeah,
All right.
let me double check because
Yeah, check that one.
Hold on.
Trevor Lawrence, under 230.5 yards passing.
I like that bet.
I think Trevor Lawrence is going to.
Can I be honest with you? I almost wrote that one down.
Did you really?
Yes.
And Breece Hall, Monday Night Football, over 53.5 rushing yards. The Bills' rush defense, one of the worst in the NFL. I love Breece Hall on Monday night.
Sorry, it's 56.5 on mine for Montgomery. I'll give it to you.
Okay, 56.5.
I want you to win.
Let's go then. Okay, we'll take that. Where are we going?
Connor?
All right, boys. Let's try and keep up a good week. I have a theory that new quarterbacks and road favorites are going to be my picks this week.
All right.
Texans -7 in New England, facing off against Drake May getting the start for the Patriots. I don't think that the rookie quarterback is going to hold up, especially defensive-minded head coach against D'Amico Ryans. Steelers -3 at Las Vegas. Aiden O'Connell going to be getting the ball for the Raiders, it looks like. So we're looking at a situation where the Steelers defense could cause problems. And I'm also going with that Tampa Bay game. Tampa Bay -3.5 at New Orleans against Spencer Rattler.
I want to change my pick now.
Yeah, see, right? Prop bet here. This seems so easy to me. A.J. Brown, anytime touchdown scorer on the Caesar Sportsbook app. You can get that at +145 right now. A.J. Brown, anytime touchdown.
Yeah, you got it like that.
He's got to score. He has to.
That place, the roof will come off the building.
The place, yes, it absolutely would. All right, those are our picks. Hopefully we're all +500 following this week.
Yeah, just keep. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, Connor's
Why'd you look at me when you said that?
Connor's the only one we got to get over.
Apparently you're 12-8.
I'm 12. No, I'm 11-9.
B Gun has you as 12-8.
I don't think I'm 12-8. Let me go back and check. I'll go look. No, I got to go back and look. I do not. I will not cheat. I need to go back and look. By the way, everybody understand who Hassan Reddick is now?
Oh my God! Yeah, I sent you guys that yesterday.
I've been telling you since the summer.
His agency fired or left. Or
CAA,
whatever.
by the way, CAA, one of the top agencies.
Yeah,
you're talking about one of the best, and they fired him. They literally, because what they did is they probably said go back to work, and he said screw you, I'm doing my own thing. There was a reason that no one, and I kept saying it, there was a reason why when he left the Eagles, you didn't see any outpouring of love and support. Go, bro. Go get the bag. Go chase yours. It was silence. Crickets.
I wonder, do you think the agency was telling him from the beginning you were not going to get this paid?
Yes.
Or
he wasn't listening.
Or do you think they feel a bit, not embarrassment, but it's a bad look on their end when he says I'm going to play under my contract and then doesn't play under his contract?
That is correct. I think that is more the I think that's more it.
I also think it's because he's taking all this money in fines and costing himself, and they're just like, dude, report, and we'll try and get something done.
It looks bad on them that you have a player who has a contract that is absolutely nobody in the NFL holds out anymore. Nobody in the NFL does this. You are dealing with a guy who is on his own mental plane.
Well, yeah, remember when
I think the plane crashed, is what I'm going to tell you.
Remember, it makes sense with his college degree.
Before the season started?
Yeah, that's right.
Remember before the season started, Shefty said that, like, nobody holds out. The league has made it so that people can't hold out.
They did, because people with common sense understand their value.
Yeah.
He does not understand his value. He overestimates his own value, and oh my gosh.
It's a shame, by the way, I love the player, and I like the individual.
Brendan Gunn's right. I am 12-8. I thought I was 11-9. I'm 12-8. So, but you get the T-box because you had a better week.
Because I had the better week.
You had a better week.
I
am 12-8.
I could be 20 strokes behind you, but if I get that one good hole, it's my T-box, baby.
It is, baby.
All right.
I like ready golf, but that's
I'm a ready golf guy.
You and me both.
Oh yeah, dude. Let's go.
I'm ready. Besides the T-box. T-box is
Connor is
Connor dude. I don't give a damn.
Connor looks at it as like it's
hit the ball.
I want to know what club you use.
Hit the ball.
It's advantage.
Yeah, but you've seen me play. What advantage am I giving you?
Well, you showed me what not to do.
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, and it's a Football Friday. We give our prediction.
Here we go.
For the Eagles and Browns game on Sunday that I don't think people are mentally prepared for yet.
And you guys better have a good, because I'll hike early. So you better have a good pregame show Sunday,
come on,
too.
man, that's a lock. Our bets might be bad, but the pregame show is not. It's Kincade.
Yeah, Bill Calarulo's on it. That helps a lot.
That
And
helps.
Andrew DiCecco.
That helps at all. Kincade Salciunas on a Football Friday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
There won't be any dumbass.
On a Football Friday, we give our predictions for Eagles-Browns coming up in a few minutes. We got the Key 3. Before the Key 3, a streak has ended, John. The Royals lost yesterday to the Yankees, so that means the streak for left-handed reliever Will Smith has ended. He's won.
Will Smith has won 3 World Series, right?
In a row.
In a row.
Atlanta in 22, Houston, or 21, Houston in 22, Texas last year. When you're Will Smith and you do it for 3 different teams, do you just think you're like the god of teammates? Like what do you?
I think that he thinks he's a guy I would absolutely have loved to see in this clubhouse. I saw him a little bit in his career and loved his swagger.
Okay,
so I think he's a veteran guy that veterans know.
I just wonder how that works because he's not a star, right?
He's a.
And I think about there was the Eagles running back the year they won the Super Bowl.
Who, LeGarrette Blount?
No. And he won 3 Super Bowls. He won with the Eagles and Patriots and Chiefs.
Was the running back.
Kenyon Barner?
No. Yes, it was Kenyon Barner. Yeah. And I wonder, if you're Kenyon Barner, you're not the starter, but...
No, but
well, he doesn't even... Will Smith has a much bigger role.
I know that, but at some point you go, man,
I'm the secret sauce.
If it happened to me, I'd be King Midas, dude.
I know you would. You walk
absolutely.
Around who wants me?
My next contract argument, I would be getting millions of bucks.
Yeah, I sit down with the owner and go, you want a championship or not?
By the way, as you say secret sauce, just want to say one thing quickly before we get to Key 3. Connor Thomas was like, he could eat 2 of the new chicken Big Macs.
I could eat 3.
If he pushes it, he could probably eat 3.
That's not pushing
it. He says not pushing it. Oh, my gosh.
My normal is 3 sandwiches from McDonald's.
That's unbelievable. All right, you mentioned it. It's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So the question is, are the Eagles going to be back to what we expected them to be, or not back to, at because they haven't been ever to what we've expected to.
The first week performance is exactly what we all expected. I expected a tight win over the Packers. They got a tight win over the Packers.
Offense to score points.
Right.
Defense needed to make one play, and they made one play by Blankenship.
I thought the first game was the script, and that is what I keep going back to. We've seen the offense 3 games without A.J. Brown, which screws you.
Right.
Because he's the most pivotal piece to movement. He's the most pivotal piece to where the defense is going to give him the most attention. I got to tell you, I am extremely optimistic that our Eagles talking points are about to change drastically.
I'm not going to say that they're back or they're playing like the team I expected them to be until I see it. And I haven't really seen it. Week 1, you're right, but I saw turnovers from Jalen Hurts, which continued from last season, and they have since continued this year. I've seen the offense not be great. I've seen the defense not be great. They're fortunate to be 2-2, in my opinion. So now that we're probably a little less emotional, let's have a legitimate conversation. And we'll start with Rob Thompson. Now, John, I heard you say a couple of times yesterday that you would not move on from Rob Thompson.
I would absolutely not. I think any talk of moving on from Rob Thompson is ridiculous to me, but then again,
it's ridiculous.
I think it is. I do.
I would not move on from him, but I don't think it's ridiculous.
I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
I agree.
But what I would say to you is this. I also said, for the same reasoning, that it was ridiculous that 3 years in a row in the postseason for Nick Sirianni, that it was ridiculous to move on from him. And through 4 weeks, I'm going, damn, did I back the wrong horse? So I realize my opinion may end up being the wrong one. But I'm confident that Rob Thompson is who I thought he is.
I need to see them put together an opening drive.
Okay.
period. I mean, I've given you the number. 7 total yards on opening drives this year. 7.
I get you.
I need to see them score a field goal in the first quarter.
I will take
They don't score points in the first quarter.
Matvei Mishkov is going to be a transformational player for this franchise, for this city. And if your kid is old enough and into hockey, and I'm talking 5, 6, 7, 8, and you can let them stay up Friday night, stay up with dad, watch a period, and see Mishkov his first shift as a Flyer, that kid will never forget it because he is going to be one of the transformational stars that gets people wearing orange again in the stands.
Look, I'll stay up for puck drop, and then I'll probably crash not too long
that's
after
fine.
that.
Lay on the couch.
Because to your point, I want to see the start. Like, this is the next big, exciting debut, right?
Yes.
The last time we were this excited for a debut was Joel Embiid. Can we be real with ourselves? Jalen Hurts was not good through the first 4 weeks of the season. Maybe the bye week came at a perfect time for him. The confusion of whose offense it is, Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore's, maybe the bye week came at the perfect time for them to try to figure out their own issues. The defensive coordinator doesn't know whether to have guys up at the line of scrimmage or off the line of scrimmage. He gives them the opportunity to decide. Maybe he had a bye week at the perfect time. Health, we know Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Lane Johnson. The bye week came at the perfect time for them. But it's not just health, man. I think it's everything about this football team. I think they needed a mental reset. I would not move on from Rob Thompson. I also have a little bit more bias because I like him a lot. Like, I really do like him as a manager. I think he's a good baseball guy, but
You understand where people are coming from.
yeah, I don't think
But
it's
why? What is it that you...
I mean, you're literally talking about how he's not a good strategist.
I don't
and
think
come
I think he's
playoff time, you need to be a good strategist. So if people think, hey, he got us to a great spot, but we need to go a step further, and we think we have a guy that can manage us a step further, I don't think that's crazy.
What if I said to you this? I'm asking you all today, and I'm asking you, I'm asking Connor, and I'm asking the listeners. I want you to give it the next 4 games to be your mental reset. Browns, Giants, Bengals, Jags. If this team isn't 3-1, I will be absolutely floored. If they're 4-0, I'm going to tell you they are distinctly back, despite the competition maybe not being that great. I think the mental reset for the entire fan base, coming off the mental cleansing that we need after last year's just debacle, is going to come in the next 4 weeks. And if they fail that test, at that point, have at it. Have at it. Rip them to shreds if you have to. I think they are going to be literally piling you back onto the bandwagon the next 4 weeks.
All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. What's their Key 3 right now, Mr. John?
The Berliner Weiss, always a favorite. I know that I love that one. The Fest beer. You love a good Fest beer. Everybody loves a good Fest. And, of course, the Von C. Fest Marzen. It's just like I'm back in the streets of Munich. It's wonderful. But I'm in Norristown, and I say, Norristown looks a lot like Munich.
Is it .coms out in Germany? What's your website? Or is it .eu?
I think it's
DE, I think, for Deutschland. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
it could
really?
be
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
Deutschland. You
DE.
speak like a... Are you single? I've got a daughter.
It is .de. Good job.
I've got the daughter.
That's good work.
Told you I'm good at trivia.
Little full-figured, but she's a very lovely girl. She'll cook for
Let's
you.
talk about the
Check
beer
them out
over
on
there.
VonCBrewing.com. It would be a different website if you were in Germany. All right, I have the
Or in
Eagles.
Norristown.
I have the Eagles winning. I don't have them scoring the 7,000 points you think they're going to score. I will go 23-13 Eagles. That's a cover.
34-13 Eagles.
Oh, we both have 13. How about that?
Yep.
Connor?
27-20 Eagles.
Okay.
Win, no cover.
All right. Tell us
Win
about
no
the ACR.
cover. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Our folks and friends at Davis CPA Group, Ron and the whole gang, they do it. They support the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
All right, everybody have a great weekend. Go Birds. We'll be back at it on Monday. Less emotional from the Phillies. Hopefully we don't have to be emotional about the Eagles. Everybody enjoy yourselves. Check out the pregame show on Sunday with me, Connor, and Bill. It starts at 10 o'clock. We'll be at
I'll be
Xfinity
live tweeting through the Fanatic website
Well, people,
during the game on Sunday.
people better be following. Everybody have a great